If not, then I'll be leaving.
Who can help us with this big guy?
Feeling lucky.
Take a look. This is pure genius in action.
No dirty tricks, alright.
Expand your thinking. Glimpse the unknown.
All in.
Riding the west wind, away we go! Riding the west wind, away we go! Can you find the answer? Can you find the answer?
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Watch your head. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Feeling spiffy?
Open sesame. Watch it crumble.
Riding the west wind, away we go! Riding the west wind, away we go! Can you find the answer?
All in.
Can you find the answer?
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Endless riddles. Nothing but a void. Expand your thinking. Glimpse the unknown.
Watch your head.
Riding the west wind, away we go! Riding the west wind, away we go! Can you find the answer? Can you find the answer?
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. All in. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Neat. If not, then I'll be leaving.
Have a cup of coffee to jumpstart your day.
Alright, where were we? So the Abyss will begin spanked today. I'm only farming XP books in this game because everything in this fucking game is fucking hard to get. I think this game has the worst amount of resources. In Genshin Impact, I imagine. Probably just in Genshin Impact. All I'm trying to say is that Wuwa definitely has... Not Wuwa. Actually, Wu has a decent amount of resources. After a while, because I've been playing this game as long as I've been playing Wu, but I feel like I level up way more characters in this game. So I'll probably say, frankly, nah. I definitely think Wu gives more free resources. Probably slightly more. Although I do level up way more characters in this game. Probably not super more. No. I do level up quite a bit in Wu as well. So I guess I give it to when it comes to resources. I saw, yes. I wanted to hang out with Polkra. The sexy cat waifu. %. I give it to... Oh lord, she's still talking? But yeah, one thing I'm not used to right now is the idea that all the new hangout events are basically considered quality time now. Because only the old characters have you And basically all the new friendship events like this have the character in person. And then they fall behind you and stuff. Another thing that bothers me about this hot cat waifu is that I don't know if because of the ruffles around her shorts, but her butt looked more wide than fat, which is unusual. Because for the most part, the ladies in ZZZ are thick, with the butt having a more outwards rather than a width. That sticks out more. Almost as much as boobas. I wonder where we're going to get the alpha playable character. Well, we see them all around. And usually elves are... exit. Now what I do is I look in the overworld to see if she's hanging out anywhere. The nighttime. See if she's out and about. Because I'm trying to form friendship. Who's outside right now? That has to be Jane. Oh, no, it's Astra. I can't really tell the difference between Jane and Astra's avatar. I just can't tell the difference. So the deer is poker, so just farm them in the overworld so you could build friendship. Where is the sexy cat waifu? Or should I say, Therian. So there's one guy over there. There's a granny over here. But sorry, granny. Sexy cat waifu takes priority. But us Tyrion, the owl here is the greatest enemy to our beauty, so we have to stay put. So, she blinks a few times. So is this place specifically for Therians? It's a beauty salon. Buke her son, I think. Natural fur care day event. Beauty salon. It seems to be for Therians. Well, there are two ladies right there, and then there's two Therians who look like raccoons. To be quite honest, that's kind of interesting. Let's see if I could build some more friendship with the sexy cat lady. So there's Anton. You go to the next day. And then she's here again. Where is she? This should maybe allow me to get to the final stage of our friendship forming. There's a lot of lag in this area. Wait a minute, are gonna meet more Catharians? This should... It should, right? No, it hasn't. Did I finish? I don't think I finished farming her. I didn't even start. I did not even start farming her thing.
I heard there's a gadget store on this street. Mind showing me the way?
Just realized that I don't have my headphones.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not interested in such childish things. I'm just running an errand for a client. No surprise when it comes to the city. Even the gadget store is so fancy.
What's going on here?
Never mind. Let's get back to the task at hand. Let me see. My client wants... Ah, found it. This is the gotcha they wanted. One twist and the job's done. Huh? This golden shell. Is this a rare edition? Awesome! I'll get another one for the client and sell this for a high price. Don't look at me like that. This is just how we make it in the outer ring.
Okay, so yeah.
If you leave me behind again, I might just have to get my revenge.
Yeah. What is going on here? Headphones aren't working. What is going on? Are this thing's supposed to charge? It says both are full. Or it doesn't say both are full. Okay. Doesn't say both are full. Alright. Now it's working. And for some reason my controller is dead. What the fuck is going on, man? Ugh. Whatevs. Maybe I could use keyboard and mouse for a while. Or like, no. I think I saw it. Nah, what is going on, man? Today's just seems to not be my day.
Carefully. You wouldn't want to get into any trouble.
I have not used keyboard and mouse in forever.
Morning. Want to start this beautiful day with a win?
Oh no, that was my dumbass fault. Of course. Of course you'll lose. But I think L's are considered enough to get the challenge.
When you're having fun, right? Looking forward to your...
Escape. Is it T?
Alright. I've got nothing else going on.
Been some quality time.
here before? How boring.
You've been here before.
Whatever. Huh?
So we're gonna take a picture.
Here feels different compared to Blazewood. It's like it's about to rush over and swallow up everything here. So, every time I see it, it reminds me I'm living for myself, and myself alone. I'm pretty selfish, aren't I?
And you're pretty hot, so you get a
It's those
pass.
who want to challenge such a giant who've really lost it. Let's go. We've got to make the most of today while we can.
How true is that? Too bad I don't really live according to that ideology.
Want to hire me to hang out with you? I'll give you a discount.
What's she doing to Popo? Her
You're
boobs.
here. I need to go to public security today to handle vehicle entry procedures, and I need your help.
Her tits are huge. It's GUN. Is she always hanging out around here?
The way I look always gets me extra questions.
What, hot?
The entry procedures are handled at... Ah, here's the info. Looks like we can use the self-service machine now. It's a real relief not having to deal with the PubSec officers. Alright, all done. Now the Sons of Caledon's vehicles can enter the city next month without any issues. If I knew things were going to be this easy, I wouldn't have dragged you here.
Is it lolly? What is going on?
I'll make it up to you next time, but the offer is only valid for a week.
What's GUN up to? So... My god, her ass is fat. Yo, look at this.
I'm gonna go home.
Like, yo. Just cake for days.
Alright, I've got nothing else going on. vibe here is a bit like the Outer Ring. Ignored by many, but full of life. The only difference is, these folks are way more innocent than those in the Outer Ring. They're just here for fun. But when people in the Outer Ring gather like this, oof, trouble's bound to follow.
So where am I supposed to go?
If you leave me behind... The drink stand here sells nitro fuel too. But they're probably no match for Bernice's skills. Whenever I feel like parting ways with the Sons of Caledon, I think of her drinks and end up sticking around for just a bit longer. What's with this enclosed area? What? A stage? They do tail dances here? No way you're telling Bernice about this. Got it?
What is going on here? Like, it seems like she spent most of her time with Bernice. So what is it like? So Candace, not Candace.
Right. I've got nothing else going on.
Who's Candace from Genshin Impact? But yeah, so basically, so it's Piper and Lucy. And it seemed like it's Pulcro and Bernice, who hangs out a lot.
Turf. And I didn't want to cause any trouble here before.
So
But it looks to be much friendlier than I thought. Ooh, by the way, I heard Caesar held a funeral for you before. I'd like to go check it out.
who's this lady behind the counter? Who's this NPC over here? Hello? Well, that previous NPC didn't look unique, but this guy looks unique. I should say beside the counter.
So, you were lying on this sofa at the time, right? What a shame Red Marcus ran out of power and didn't record the moment. By the way, wanna grab something to eat at Cheesetopia? The Sons of Caledon get a discount there. But while everyone was fixing up Cheesetopia, I think I was being paid to stir up trouble. What? You think it's strange for me to get a discount? It's my efforts that made this success even more meaningful. As a thank you, how about you treat me today? If you keep zoning out, I'm gonna go home.
Alright, that's enough of that. This should be enough to get me also to have a Max friendship with her.
You want to head out together? Sure, I've got nothing else to do.
I've collected all the gems. Then you go to EMs. It's all full. Well, usually now she's in the overworld. They say meet with Bernice. That's the camera. And to exit, you have to press escape. That's the map. That's not where I want. Said meet with Bernice. Wait a minute, so what's one of her old friends? Since a member of the Sons of Caledon is in trouble, it's up to all of us to find a solution. Proxy Bernice. Why is her name spelled with a B-E-R instead of B-U-R? You're around there the most. Can I leave this to you? Yeah. As I said before, it's clear that Bernice and her. And I remembered how she got introduced to Bernice. She was trying to kill Bernice. And Bernice kind of also tried to set her on fire. So what is going on here? Because it just seems like Zora is familiar with her. And using the keyboard and mouse is so hard. What's going on, Luca? Nah, man, I have to continue the gacha grind. Proxy, what are you doing here today? And Bernice, well, I had some KFC last night. And I drank it. Basically, I got this 2-for-1 special from Uber Eats. Basically, $20 for what is the equivalent of 2 sodas, 2 fries, and overall 10 tenders. I had half of all of that, so basically 1 drink, 1 fries, and 5 tenders. A few hours ago, some kind of hopped up in sugar. So what's going on? Guess you have a worker. Well, it's the weekend. But knowing you, you always have plans. Since from what I understand, you're now the trap house yourself. So you always have to provide your customers with their daily necessities. Something wrong? Are you finally firing me because I got a little carried away with my side gig last month? Oh, you just got home? My bad. Well, what's... So it's Saturday night, huh? Well, it's Sunday morning. Well, Saturday night into Sunday morning, I imagine. Kinda losing track of time right now. The proxy noticed something when you last met. You ran into someone you knew at the... Didn't you and that person seem really important to you? was just a function, but yeah, I do be a pharmacist. Huh? That's a creative way to describe your occupation.
I'm really sorry about today, making you come all this way.
It's all right, but it's
Ubers,
a pity I
huh?
couldn't be of more help. I'll go pick up the kids from school now. I hope you
Kids?
find the person you're looking for. Goodbye.
Seeing as it's still early, want to hang out at my place?
Sure.
Whoa, what?
sounds
2 of
good.
them?
Hold on. Since you already know so much, don't you plan on asking me? Who I mistook Miss Zora for, and...
Came from a function? Good lord, man. What's going on in Texas?
I'm so touched. You're so sweet for not being angry at us for sticking our noses into things. I was worried you'd be upset.
To be honest, I feel the same. It's my fault for acting rashly. I'm sorry, Pulchra. You have my sincerest apologies.
Don't worry, Kitty. If you don't want to say anything, we won't ask another word.
That's right. Even friends can have their secrets. But that doesn't affect our friendship. If you ever need help, just let us know anytime.
Friends. Never thought I'd hear that word again. Her name is Milena.
Sounds like Pulchra's willing to tell us about her past.
We grew up together in the poorest town in the Outer Ring. A bunch of country bumpkins
Man, spitting
who
game
wanted
out there,
enough
man.
bottle caps to sell before we even learned
Yeah,
to
see
walk.
that, man. He has 2
But ever
waifus
since
over
we
here.
were little, the game we loved most
2
was
more than me.
pretending to be city folk.
Waiter, pack up all the bottle caps in the store for me. I'll pay with my credit card.
Oh, beautiful young lady.
Are you, did you see the Genshin live stream? Or you been too busy? I see that you haven't logged on in like 3 days though. Like, I imagine 4 at this point for Genshin.
My best friend. Becoming city folk was our dream, but we never could. Where we came from,
On
if you had
east
enough
side,
to do,
nonetheless, yeah, that's the that's the gotta do it, man.
mercenary. Naturally, we both chose the profession.
1 for each arm.
It wasn't long before.
If we're always working for others, we'll never change our fate. Pulchra, let's form our own mercenary group. The 2 of us have the strength to do it.
Isn't it a bit soon?
Every
She
group
sounds so
begins with
young.
the first step.
I never watched a single live stream. Oh wow, okay. By that logic, you probably missed all the free gems that they gave out each live stream then.
Huh? Really? It was your idea, and don't we need to find an...
It's actually quite base.
something?
I'm over here addicted to those 300 pulls.
You're my best friend.
Or 300 gems they give out. I said pulls.
And that
Imagine
was
they
how
gave
we
out
founded
300
our own
pulls.
mercenary group.
There'd be no way
that?
you're missing that live stream, am I right?
After that,
It's just 300 gems.
Milena, what's
You ever
going
had
on? Where did the
Jubilee?
goods decline in
Let's
trust
call
go?
again Jubilee,
The money in our
Jubilee,
account is gone too.
fried chicken.
How should I know?
They recently opened up and what happened? No, oh you have as oh you're good then. Huh? Of course KFC pops up. Oh you did? I didn't even look at it. I had to get back to the story. Cause I was trying to figure out what the fuck happened. Cause I heard a character yelling at the one of the no, I didn't KFC didn't pop up. But yeah, I've even had this before. As I said before, they recently opened up in New York, but I'm not sure if they have them in Texas. Cause I was watching this thing on YouTube just where is it? And it's solo leveling. I'm not sure if you're keeping up with anime, but solo leveling kind of shit right now. Yeah, I was just looking at this.
A lot of people are hating on the spaghetti, and I can see why. Try the spicy chicken first before it gets uncrispy. We're gonna try the spicy chicken first with some gravy right here.
The gravy, man. What I like about Jubilee or Jollibee, that's what it's called, Jollibee. I'm over here calling it Jubilee, but it's Jollibee, yeah. What I like about Jollibee is that normal fried chicken, they put all the salt in the chicken and makes it, and it kind of have an effect. But what Jollibee does, Jollibee put the most of the salt in the gravy, so the chicken isn't as salty as other chickens, other fried chicken. So if you don't want the salt, you still could appreciate the chicken and not have as much sodium. And if you really want the sodium, you just dip it into the gravy. And this is the first time I'm actually like it. The gravy actually enhances the chicken.
This chicken is really good, way better than the original. Cheers.
I don't really eat spicy one. Maybe I should try the spicy one. Well, the gravy is really good. Like, usually I never dip it. I never dip. But I tried it with the gravy. I'm like, alright, this is actually good. I was looking at fried chicken over waifu. I know there'd be no such thing out there. Okay. It's a Filipino restaurant. So what's going on here? It seemed like her friend is fucking her over.
We don't have the money for that right now. It's settled then. You can be the leader of the mercenary group. We'll use your account for everything.
Huh? Really? It was your idea, and don't we need to...
We don't have the money for that right now. You're my best friend. I trust you.
And that was how we founded our own mercenary group. Well, after that... Milena, what's going on? Where did the goods the client entrusted to us go? The money...
How should I know? Isn't that something for you to worry about?
Milena, you didn't. Why would you do this? We've been pissed.
So this was supposed to be your best friend? Is this what you guys do in Texas, man? You betray your best friend?
Naive and adorable little fool. Ever since we were kids, our games only ever had room for one city lady.
So, you've been planning to build the mercenary group from the very beginning?
Don't get worked up, silly girl. I'm feeling generous. For now, I'm gonna let you sleep. But if you feel like testing our friendship, I might change my mind.
Let her sleep, huh?
My last thought before I fell unconscious was... if I wake up, she'll probably be living her best life with that money.
I mean, it's betray before getting betrayed.
With a debt I could never repay. So I still don't know how they ended up, but I don't care. Because I finally realized she and I are fundamentally the same. People like us only need to think about ourselves.
Let's see, so now she's in debt. Her friend could have killed her. Man, a lot of the stories for ZZZ has been quite dark, huh?
No, you're not
That's right. If you were like her, you wouldn't keep pretending like you don't care. Deliberately being late or standing people up.
What? Proxy? You promised you wouldn't say anything.
I didn't say anything.
Huh? Is it so hard to understand? If Kitty doesn't want to do something, she wouldn't agree to it in the first place.
Seems like everyone understands you better than you thought.
Don't worry, Kitty. You're not like her. And now you said you don't dislike warm places. you don't dislike friends either, I'll be your friend.
That
Oh,
makes two
man.
of us.
And this is how our threesome starts.
Are you sure? Even if a Thyran agrees to shake hands with you, their sharp claws won't just disappear, you know.
What the hell? Is there like racism in this world? I imagine there should be, because
I might
any
mention
place where
different
people are different, there's always racism.
Finally agreeing to let me touch your little toe beans.
Her toe?
Huh?
This threesome not yours, you're right.
What are you talking about?
Way to ruin my dream, Luca.
Get off me!
People can't enjoy nothing around you, man. I'm over here in my fantasy world and you guys snap me back to reality.
Well,
I told you no! Get away! Stay away from me! I'll call for public security!
What is this? What is going on here? But there's something called, I don't know if you ever saw Always Sunny. There is a joke about implication. It doesn't really have much to do with it, what just transpired in the game, but it does bring up sex. When watching the reaction, so I always just love
I
this
got some
scene.
turpentine, some wax, and some high gloss boat paint. This shit is really expensive.
Oh, dude, yeah, you're telling me. I picked us up some new slacks and docksiders so we could have the right look, you know, and fit in and everything. We're running pretty low on remaining dick towel money, though.
Plus, we gotta fill
Dick
that thing
towel
up with
money?
gas.
I know,
and-
man. We gotta pop by the department store, pick up the mattress. And I want to
Yeah.
get a nice one, too. You know what I'm saying?
The what? The mattress? What do we need a mattress for?
What do you mean, what do we need a mattress for? Why in the hell do you think we just spent all that money on a boat? The whole purpose of buying the boat in the first place was to get the ladies nice and tipsy topside so we can take them to a nice, comfortable place below deck and, you know, they can't refuse because of the implication.
Oh, okay. You had me go in there for the first part. The second half kind of threw me.
Well, dude, think about it. She's out in the middle of nowhere with some dude she barely knows. You know, she looks around her. What does she see?
But this is
Nothing
actually
open
true.
ocean. There's nowhere for me to run. What am I gonna do?
But even
say
as a
no?
guy, you find yourself in this position.
Okay.
Which they did.
That seems really dark.
No,
though.
it's not dark. You're misunderstanding me, bro.
I think I am.
Yeah, you are. Because if the girl said no, then the answer obviously is no.
No,
But the thing
right.
is she's not gonna say no. She would never say no because of the implication.
Now, you've said that word implication a couple of times. What implication?
The implication that things might go wrong for her if she refuses to sleep with me. Now,
Oh,
not
man.
that things are gonna go wrong for her, but she's thinking that they will.
But it sounds like she doesn't want to have sex
Why aren't you
with
understanding
I
this?
don't.
She doesn't know whether she wants to have sex with me. It's that
She
that's
doesn't
not
know?
the issue.
Are you
She
gonna
could be
hurt women?
I'm not gonna hurt these
Oh,
women.
okay.
Why would I ever hurt these women?
I don't
I
know.
feel like you're not getting this at all.
I'm
at all.
not getting it.
God damn. Well, don't you look at me like that. You certainly wouldn't be in any danger.
So they are in danger.
No one's in any danger. How can I make that any more clear to you? Okay, it's an implication of danger. You know what? Just drop it.
Let's drop
it. You're
it.
not gonna
Let's-
buy your shit. Let's get out of
I
here.
love this scene, man. This scene always cracks me up. Like, I don't really watch the show. Like, my show that is somewhat similar to this is Arrested Development. I probably showed you this already. But I love Arrested Development. I mean, you could always have a fresh new boat and an... Oh, alright, my bad. And you could always have a fresh new boat and an unconscious former boat owner. What? Are you saying you're going to knock the guy out? Is that what's going to happen? Reverse implication. But no, you offer your cheeks hella fast. No, because it's the implication. You don't want to murder somebody. But you don't know if they want to murder you. So it kind of does tie back to the story of betrayal. You don't really know who's going to get betrayed.
Everybody, I'm very sorry, okay? I feel awful. I should have been here. I was the one that was supposed to take that polygraph test, and then I just turned on him, and then this happened, but never again. Okay? I will never, ever leave this family, no matter what.
You should have been here.
Feel like I covered that.
Well, you didn't say it.
I feel awful. I should have been here. Maybe you're right. Maybe I didn't say it. I should have been here.
Excuse me, Mr. Bluth. We lost him. He just got away from us. I'm sorry.
Can we go in there?
If you want, not a lot to see.
Maybe not for you, but for us.
Oh man, this show is amazing.
And that's when the family realized that George Sr. wasn't dead, but was fleeing the country that he loved so very much.
Oh man.
I'm going to war! As an act of defiance.
So basically what happens in here, because this takes a long...
Yeah, excuse me.
George Michael, you're going to have to be the baby
There's
of the
freedom to the
family.
shark, you might, you know.
Baby's younger than me. You're never going in the ocean. Never. You're my baby.
So basically what like this show is amazing, because what was going on here, why it takes a long time to set up, is that this doctor would just show up.
Dude, I gotta tell you, if I was getting this news, I don't know that I'd take it this well.
Oh,
thank God.
Finally, some good news.
Excuse me. Are you the Bluths?
Dr. Wordsmith, how's my son?
He's going to be all right.
Oh,
thank God.
Finally, some good news. There's no other way to take that.
That's a great attitude. I gotta tell you, if I was getting this news, I don't know that I'd take it this well.
But you said he was all right.
Yes, he's lost his left hand, so he's going to be all right.
You son of a bitch! I hate this doctor!
He's a very literal man. Yes. Let's just come here. That's more the way I would take the news.
So basically this doctor...
Oh, really? What did he say? What was the last thing he said?
I just blew myself.
He said some wonderful things.
Oh yeah, Tobias, man. Oh my god. I could spend on this all day. Because while you might not get the references, Tobias is a bit more obvious. He became a therapist, and basically it became an analysis and a therapist, and then he combined them to become an anal rapist. Oh my god.
How do you think I feel? Bob Blah Blah's a handsome, professional man, and I'm only used to, well, none of those things.
Okay, Lindsay, are you forgetting that I was a professional twice over, an analyst and a therapist, the world's first analrapist?
Yes, and you're almost arrested for those business cards.
Yes, no, it did not look good on paper, but I didn't stop because of the police inquiries. I stopped to raise our little daughter.
Well, Mom's probably right. I couldn't understand her seal. I don't really deserve a medal or a party.
No, you deserve this. Here, take my business card. No, it's pronounced analrapist.
It wasn't really the pronunciation that bothered me.
You know, Michael, if I may take off my acting pants for a moment and pull my analrapist stocking over my head, George Michael has been acting strange lately.
Oh man, the stuff Tobias says. This show's amazing. I'm surprised. You watched it? I actually have tears in my eyes, man. Welcome to this warm place, holding hope together. Well, yeah, man, I freaking love that show. I think that show, I grew up watching that and Seinfeld, but I know people didn't really appreciate Seinfeld. But my one friend that like a reference when it comes to what comedies he liked, he really liked Friends. Friends wasn't bad, but I just think Seinfeld was better. Nah, what I'm judging? Nah, but Tobias is crazy. Like Tobias said the most gayest stuff, like it.
Found what he thought was a support group for depressed men. Tobias, meanwhile, discovered that what he thought was a support group turned out to be a team of bald men painted blue. Michael was out of options. And knowing that his father had a
He's got
penchant for
nothing on
hiding
Kramer, he
valuable
not.
things in walls, considered one last desperate gambit.
This is
All
crazy.
right.
What am I doing? Using a hammer to try to...
Are you crazy?
Are you blue?
Only in color, Michael. Only in color. It seems I might have stumbled upon an acting opportunity.
As a member of the Blue Man Group?
Oh no, you're thinking of the support group. I made that same mistake myself. They're called the Blue Man Group. But it's funny, if I hadn't sought out a support group, I never would have gotten this gig as an understudy for a performance art group. You know, the universe works in mysterious ways, Michael. You never know where help is going to come from until you look for it.
Why does everybody think that I need help?
Michael, look at you. I mean, you're holding a sledgehammer. Your shirt is oh, I did that. Here, let me, well.
And Michael realized that he too had been too proud.
I need money.
I can't help you.
I know. It did bother me that they did so well without me, but
Oh man, that's crazy. I just realized it. Whatever. There's more, but the thing with this character, he says a lot of stuff that is
How do you think I feel?
very sussy. Good stuff, good stuff. But it's a good show. I greatly enjoyed it. It's one of the few things I could rewatch and consistently laugh at. Like, Friends is great though. I freaking not Friends, I mean Seinfeld. Seinfeld is amazing. If I was to grade them, I'll put Arrested Development higher than Seinfeld. What is going on here? Why is my controller shutting off? Oh no. Ew, no. No wonder it's shutting off. So what's your list for greatest comedies? I thought my controller messed up. Oh, but it turns out no, it didn't mess up. It was just that there was an error. Oh no, it's fucked up. Ah, shit. You can't even hold it. Will this even work again? Ah, how does this work? Huh? Okay, so you both press the PlayStation and share button. Let's press in the option or start button. And then you go into this. Fuck. You look for this. And then it should work now. The whole time I thought my controller... Parks and Rec. Oh wow. I wasn't expecting. There is some good. What's his name? What's his name? What's the guy name? The guy that's all. What the fuck? What is that guy's name? The guy in charge? Rana? It's Ron. It's Ron. Yeah.
Ron.
Ron.
Last name? Ron.
Ron.
Last name?
Alright, let me just get this game off. Because it's all just kind of loud. Oh, seems like I have enough for a wish. Probably Parks and Rec, Seinfeld. I can't remember the name of the other one. Can't remember the name of the other one. Are you saying that's supposed to be your favorite, one of your favorite comedies?
Done.
Is that your name, or are you telling me you're finished talking?
Both.
Done and done. I like Ron.
Okay, Eagleton Ron, tell me a little about yourself.
Well, I love the outdoors, love nature.
Amen.
I'm a big believer in environmental conservation.
What?
Recycling and composting and the like. I'm a yoga nut. And I'm a nut. They make delicious milks, man. And I'm a vegan, of course. Slowly working towards full freaking vegan.
What in God's name is freaking vegan?
You only eat vegetables that have been thrown out in people's dumpsters.
What is on your foot, sir?
My trusty sandals. I believe a man's feet should remain uncaged. Same goes for all chickens.
Well, Eagleton Ron, we here in Pawnee value loyalty above
I
all.
love the contradiction between the Rons. They both have like the same enjoyment of nature, just in different ways. Oh man. Just like politics, am I right? But this is one of my favorite. So they say, oh, these guys get along, but the more they talk, the more you realize that nah, they don't. I haven't watched TV in over 10 years, fam. Okay, cool. Well, come on, man. This is TV. This is modern day TV, what I'm doing. It's still a screen, it's still somebody talking. Well, it's kind of more like, well, it's still TV, even though I'm not personally visible. Everybody doing podcasts nowadays. I even saw the King Charles, saying that he's going to do some sort of podcast. It's my phone? No, man, that's not. But it's the same concept. It's the same concept. It's the same core concept. You're watching something visual, or in this case, verbally, for entertainment. But the concept, but syndicated TVs probably. I'm just being pedantic. I know what you mean. Because I could say I don't watch TV, but I watch YouTube clips of the show, so it's kind of hard to. So while I don't exactly watch the entirety of the TV show, I still go on YouTube once in a while and be like, hey man, that's a funny scene. I remember that scene. As a wise horse once said, I'm actually going to use that one. That's quite funny. Nay. It's quite the wise horse. Never heard such profound words spoken in my life. Huh? Well, it's two people's birthday today? Yeah. No, is it? What has happened? No. It was one was from my daily login. Time for some Genshin. Not for entertainment, but rather be social. Interesting. That makes sense. Abyss Day today. The day we all dread. Will really lead you right back to me. Thus, have to drop a little Thanos right there. But needless to say, I'm very excited for the Genshin brand next batch. I did say never trust a man in a wheelchair with dirty shoes. Yes, you did. I recall you mentioning that. Yes, profound wisdom. I don't know if I will ever find myself in such a situation. But If I ever find myself in that situation, I'll be sure to remember that. Well, I never trust a deaf man with headphones, I guess.
Busted. Quietly now. Game's up. Fun's over.
And never. What's the equivalent of seeing?
Take it easy.
Never trust a blinder. What's the word? What do they call those people that guy trafficker? A traffic. Never trust a blinder trafficker controller. Oh man, that's so lame.
Bring it. Rise with the sun. Hear the echoes of
Yeah, be off to sleep. Alright, I guess my jokes weren't funny. I tried it. I tried it, Luca. I thought I could make up new sayings. Never trust a handless person with a walking cane. That's how it works, alright. That's enough of that.
full throttle. Bring it. Letting grave names echo. Show no mercy. Suffer the wrath of the pyroclastic surge.
Pyroplastic surge. Well, it's good night, man. Well, 2 hours of sleep. Oh, alright, that's all the art resin I have. Time to go to the abyss. Gotta be up in 2 freaking hours. That's crazy. It's quite the busy life you got there, sir. Let's see if magic happens. I don't know. Even if it rolls crit rate, I doubt that anything could really improve the garbage I have. And as such, yeah. Let's go do the abyss. What I really want right now is an instructor. I guess ideally I would like it to have a goblet with EM. That's the ideal situation, but if I get a goblet with energy recharge, that would be fine too. Oh, a timepiece with energy recharge. That would be okay as well. So, what's in the box? Nothing. Healing bonus? How did you know? That says energy recharge. This is something I will never use. Oh, look at that. And that's also something I would never use. So what's going with Sit Lolly? This says 9%. Let's see if this could roll more. EM. Come on. Oh, man. I was hoping you could have rolled into EM and energy recharge. Well, preferably just energy recharge. What is it? What are the enemies looking like here? How do you look at enemies? Okay, just click on them, cool. So the first side is not really grouped. The second side is grouped. So you really want to give Farina into into Baishu. And this side, you go... I don't really want to use Mavuika. So I'm going to go... Singstro into Bam, into Elon, into this, into that.
Let me weave you a verse.
I just realized I only saw one floor.
Here comes the catch.
Time for a light show.
Oh. Well, I guess it made this floor easier.
Let's play. Time for takeoff.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Time to shine.
Taking a turn for the better.
Shine down. Torn to oblivion.
Mind the side effects.
Brace yourselves.
Whatever. Why aren't you dead, dude?
The doctor will see you now.
Maybe I should just give him TTDS. Well, it doesn't matter. Does not effing matter.
Witness the power of Gugwa. Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over. Quite.
Fire hazard. Yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo! Think you can get away?
Mind the side effects. Seems like an emergent.
There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal. Shine down.
Let the world come alive! Time for takeoff.
Remember, health comes first.
Illusion shattered.
I thought there was one behind me. But yeah, I should 100% give Baiju TTDS.
Let me weave you a verse. Busted. Gotcha. Bring it. Things are about to get dicey.
The fuse is lit.
What is this monstrosity? Oh no.
A bitter pill to swallow.
I did not prepare myself for this boss. This is second half right there. Actually, what am I doing? Actually,
The doctor will see you now.
Seems like an emer.
Yeah, think you can get away? Strike a pose. Time to shine.
Insolent. Shine down. Inazuma
should be
shines
dead now.
eternal. The thunder falls.
That's the last floor, right? That is the last floor. And unlike Genshin Impact, not unlike Honkai Star Rail that wants all your characters to survive, this one doesn't really care. This one is just like, hey man, you pass. It's good enough. Nothing. Nada. But yeah, I should 100% give this guy instructors. Where is instructor? So who gives up instructors? I guess Barbara. Yeah, I should get another more TTDS. I should have saved my TTDSs. Whoops.
Going into a trance is risky for most people.
Only 11. I want to keep going. I really just need energy recharge. Really just want the energy recharge. Actually, this is HP percent. Alright, let's go into energy regen. Let's go into energy recharge, I mean. Okay. I guess that's kind of like H. Okay. What ifs? So word order enemies. This is that. You clearly want Hydra. So yeah, you have to fight the crab. Second side, just Mavikas. Destruction. Baiju doesn't really work here. As in, he doesn't. Zhongli works. And the second side is Wika, Sitlali. It's Mavika first, Shilonen, Sitlali, and Benito. Whatever, it's the first run. Just gonna kill these mother bitches, huh?
Fallen leaves, adorn my rise! I will have order. Settle down. Let the mighty be humbled.
Basically, I just realized there's no music here.
Quake! This is order.
Strike a pose. Time to shine.
The wind knows me. Clouds hide. The birds call. Be sanctified. Bow your head.
Oh, there's more. And yeah, this abyss is probably gonna be a bit difficult. It probably is gonna be a bit difficult, I won't lie. That's multiple waves of annoying enemies, huh?
Let the mountain's veins boil. I'm going in. Get to work. You two. Time
Wrath from the skies.
Not done yet.
Teamwork is dream. Show no mercy. Get to work. See, Laline, East Papa. Light up.
Damn, I thought it was on Benny's circle. This thing has got me far away from Benny's circle. Damn, I'm getting a lot of double crits. I might even be able to do solos at this point. Oh, seriously, what is this enemy makeup? Just one lone thing in the middle of the field?
Settle down. Let the mighty be humbled.
Another lone enemy. And now we fight this thing. What a abyss, huh? These are all freaking stallers.
This is order. Right. The tides beckon. Silence. Huh.
Yoo-hoo!
Stabilize. Settle down.
Let my name echo in song.
Fallen leaves adorn my night. Let the mighty be humble.
This is the first half. That literally took forever.
Rise with the sun. Everybody stand back. Fulfill our pact. Suffer the wrath of the pyroclastic surge. Incinerate.
Imagine if I unlocked the C2 Sitlali and C2 Mavika. Everything would just die. Well, then again, I'm basically also have extra 30% crit damage.
Order guide you. Crumble. Bow your head.
Let the world come alive.
Quake. This is order. The tides beckon.
Wind Strider, as one with wind and cloud.
I will have order.
Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in song.
Wind Strider.
What happened here? Thought I killed you, you bastard. Yeah, this abyss gonna be... Like, these enemy makeups are so insane, huh?
Teamwork is dream. Show no mercy. You two. Time. Light of the blazing sun. Incinerate. Incinerate. Burn it down.
Bring it. Let engraved names echo.
Get to work. Suffer the wrath of Eatsley. Yeah. Pyroclastic surge.
Dude, why didn't you die? When I brought those two things, why didn't you die from that?
Rev the engine.
Let the mountain's veins boil.
Everybody stand back. Show no mercy. Light of the blazing.
Yeah, my entire Rocher shit got fucked up. Huh? Whatevs. But yeah, that abyss was certainly something. And there's a new event. Hopefully today's the last day, because this event was not good. It's not. It wasn't as... I didn't like it. That's what I'm trying to say. I did not like this event. Nothing again, man. Well... Yep. There's something about Saurian. Saurian versus Mountain. Is there an achievement tied to that? Victory. Wait a minute, did I get a follow? Fate is not so. Hello, what is going on? Would you happen to be someone who create art? I'm always on the lookout for. How am I? I'm doing quite good. How are you? Just playing some Genshin Impact. Do not have disability. So how does this work? You talk to Tim, climb to the top of the mountain, So how do I get...
Here's to a life where the drinks keep flowing and the Mora keeps rolling.
Well, you're a complete... Yes, I am a completionist. What gave me away? What gave me away? I'm just trying to do my best out here. Wait a minute. Did you see my profile on in the Genshin thing already? Or something? What am I trying to say? I'm so English hard. But I assume you saw my profile somewhere. To know I am addicted to my achievement. There's actually somebody in my friend list who has, I believe, all the achievements. Yeah, basically there's this thing right here. The only reason I was able to do it is because I downloaded this tool that basically scanned my entire... Where is it? Where do I have it? It scanned my entire... Remember where it is. Is it this? This is the thing. Result. But anyway, it scanned my entire account. And then I uploaded what it scanned onto this site, paimon.moe. And then paimon.moe is basically able to tell me which one. I just click show not achieved yet. And it tells me which ones I have not been able to achieve. And that's the only reason I'm able to do this. Because certain achievements are just so well hidden. Can you ask for a review? Sure, great, go for it. Just type your UID in chat. Like I've quite, but yeah, thank you for the follow. I assumed you're the one that followed me. But yeah, so basically, as I was saying, this achievement was only accomplished because of this site right here that keeps track of all my achievements. It didn't show me this one though. This one that I'm currently doing was one that it did not show me. So it's a good thing I checked, cause I would have just skipped it. And been like, this is not important. Your spaces, man. But that's whatever, so I just gotta remove those spaces. Where do you put your UID? So how long you been playing Genshin? I guess you're about to find out real soon. Actually, wait a minute. This is a different region for me. Because earlier I was saying that you saw my my achievement. But I guess you must have glanced it somewhere else. 1 year now. You have a Raiden Shogun. The crit rate is a wee bit low. Like, because a lot of the thing about Raiden is this goblet only really works if she, well, it's only optimal when she's being paired with 2 Hydra characters, particularly for Rina. Because it's more team focused. Oh, this is crit rate and crit damage. Overall is wow, okay, your Arlecchino is actually quite good. Oh my god. Alright, that is quite a good Arlecchino. So this is a pass. The Raiden could use a bit more work, but Raiden is not necessarily its most strongest character. And you're telling me you just started within a year? Well, it doesn't seem like you have that many 5 stars. But otherwise, you're like your Arlecchino is so good. Like this is really good. This is really good. This is insane. Like these are insane. Like this is just perfection. Like characters, your energy recharge for your Kazuha is not the best. Like usually people recommend not building pity, but it's when you struggle with energy recharge on your Kazuha, this sword really comes in handy. I don't think this sword's gonna be rerunning for a while, but this sword right here really helps with your Kazuha. You really want your Kazuha to have as much energy regen as possible. Because sometimes people even put Favonius swords on their Kazuha, but it will affect your elemental mastery, so that's it. But it's not top priority, but it does make him a lot more comfortable to play. Your Shangling energy regen is an issue, but again, you only have one catch, and it's only R3, so that's fine. Your Bennett is perfect. That's all you really care about with Bennett, as long as his energy regen is capped out. Of course, you would like more constellations, but that's for another day. Again, Xingqiu also a character that like constellations, but otherwise, of course, you want Energy Goblet, but that's something you'll work on in the future. She's a perfect. Like, most of your biggest issue is just getting more constellations. But yeah, what would your... So, I imagine you're using Chevreuse Overload for your Arlecchino. Your official could definitely use a lot of work. It's a lot of attack percent goblets you got here, sir. Or ma'am. I assume sir, because it's the internet. Everyone on the internet is a guy. Attack. Again, like the biggest thing for you is just finding the other goblets. But your Arlecchino is great. Like these artifacts are artifacts I dream about. Like these are the kind of artifacts I dream about. But yeah, the biggest issue for you would be, frankly, just playing more. I don't know if these are all the 5-star characters you have, but the reason I brought that up is because the thing you're lacking is constellations. That's the most important thing, is constellations. For these very strong 4 stars. Your 5-star, while your Raiden could use more work, 100%. This crit rate, the crit damage, it looks good, but the crit rate is not good. So, of course, the first, it's kind of hard because, like, if I was in your position, I guess I would love Farina. But Farina doesn't really boost your account that much because you don't really have HP. Because while Farina is C0, isn't a crazy upgrade. Because if you're not getting her stacks, and you're probably using Bennett with your... Actually, what is your teams? How much healers are you showing here? Because you have Chevreuse, but you also are probably using Chevreuse with this. Chi-Chi and Keqing are missing. I'm just trying to get better artifacts for Raiden. Like, honestly, I wouldn't even recommend Raiden. I would say get a newer 5-star. This lady's coming up. Like, Farina is so sketchy, man, because I wouldn't recommend Farina without Arlecchino, without Neuvillette. But this lady's coming up. And I imagine she's gonna be so much stronger than Raiden. It's not even funny, because Raiden is just not a strong character right now. But if you do, because If you want to invest in her, that's fine. That's great. She's probably of the characters you have, she is the strongest. Behind Harlequin. Harlequin is god tier compared to Raiden, so it's a bit Doom posty. I'm sorry. Wait, oh my god, this goblet is insane. This timepiece, like your artifacts are insane, by the way. Like, these 3 pieces right here are insane. Only thing you need is this. Usually, I don't recommend using it. I wouldn't recommend making goblets. But if you have these resources, if you have this, just make her electric goblet. Because otherwise, your pieces are perfect. Yeah, she's Skirka. You're saving for Kanish. Okay. But yeah, if you want to, if you have enough of this, which is possible, you might have, because it gives you quite a bit of resources. If you have 4 of these, I would just make a goblet for your Raiden and call it a day, because otherwise your Raiden is great. Your crit rate is great, your energy recharge is great. This is the worst piece. Just make an electric goblet and you're good. Actually, you're perfect. This is insane. What AR are you? This is kind of crazy build. You're AR 56 and you're already this. Because you have to understand, this is perfect. This is perfect. This is perfect. This is not good at all. And then this is perfect. Your build is insane. Like, you're way ahead of me. This is kind of crazy to look at, to be quite honest. Like, you're way ahead of me when it comes to what my account looked like when it was AR 56. I don't want to drop here. What happened? Well, Raiden was my first limited 5-star and carried me till Fontaine. Oh, you don't want to drop her? My bad. That's probably what you meant. So that's fine. But yeah, if you have the Sanctifying Elixir, just make her Electric Goblet. And call it a day. If you go, and of course you gotta get the catch. Oh man, it's just really hard to recommend Raiden nowadays. I'm not even gonna pretend with you. Like, I have her at order R1 and her C3. And where's the obsession of mine? Where's Akasha? Like, my Raiden is in the top 1%. Like, I have a top 1% Raiden. Once 5 is the next patch. Says 5.5, right? I think the next patch says 5. Like, we're in 5.4 right now, so in 5.5. So right now I have a top 1% Raiden. So, and I find it hard to recommend her. Like, I find it hard to recommend, but to understand, it's not important. She could still work. It's just that compared to the newer characters, is where I'm like, I just feel the newer characters are just so much better. Like, this would be my tier list. Like, Mavuika is up here, Arlecchino, New Valletta as DPS. I'm just gonna point out the DPSs. Because the only reason I have Farina, although she's on banner right now, I only would recommend Farina if you have New Valletta. Otherwise, she doesn't really... It's not enough HP fluctuation for her to be better than any other support. At that point, Farina is just as good as Shangling in it as a support, or Chiori. Because she's not really offering much. I wouldn't say go pull Farina right now. Unless you have a New Valletta, which you don't seem to. I have Kanisha around here, so I do believe Arlecchino and New Valletta are stronger than Kanisha. I think Hu Tao is quite strong. Child, I do think is still strong. Because all the support characters for Child are Shangling, Bennett, and Kasuha. So his premium team are still high tier characters. I have 2P Dream. Actually, I don't refresh. I've just been playing forever. I don't refresh. So this is just what happened if you've been playing since... I have been playing since week 2 of Genshin Impact. Genshin came out the 28th of September. And I started my account on the 3rd. So that's 5 days. So my Ember came on October the 3rd. Which is 5 days after the 28th. But I didn't really start playing until I got Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi was my first 5-star.
Breathe.
So when basically I just logged in for the first couple of days, cause I said it's a crappy gacha game. Pay to win garbage. I'm not gonna take this game too seriously. Unless I get an early 5-star. And my early 5-star was Chi-Chi. And at that time, where is he? Where is that bastard? Gacha gamer. He had an infamous tier list. Everybody would be like, oh, remember that time when Chi-Chi was S tier? That came from this YouTuber back in 1.0. He said, I'm sorry, the most hated tier list in gacha game, yeah.
2, breathe. 3.
Where is it?
4 and
It's probably gonna be his most popular video. Here it is. This 5.7 million views. Where is he? Where is that bastard? Where's the tier list? But yeah, this was his tier list back in the days. So I saw this and I was like, oh my god, I got a Chi-Chi. Where is Bennett? So he had Bennett down here. But this was the earliest tier list for Genshin 4 years ago. This was Genshin's first popular tier list and what many people looked to. So Bennett is down here, Sucrose is down here, Shangling is S tier, that's fine. Where's Qingqiu? Did he have Qingqiu? Or am I blind? Oh, and then he has Qingqiu in A tier. So Bennett is on the utilizer. Kaya's would have been up here. Lisa, Ningguang, Sucrose. But yeah, this was the first tier list in Genshin Impact that we all followed. So I saw my Chi-Chi up here and I was like, yeah, boy. I'm gonna start playing this game. So this is when I first started, the 7th. Most of my characters are the 7th. Nicole's, Noelle was in the beginner banner. I finally decided to wish on it. I got Noelle. Chongyun the 7th, Sucrose the 7th. Bennett took forever. I played most of Genshin in the early days. When I beat the Abyss for the first time, I did not have Bennett. So I was just jelly, watching all the Bennett players pass me by, as they cleared way faster than I did. But anyway, this is my tier list. So Kidish is up here, Milani's up here, Navia, Chaska. Like, Natlin just really brought in the power creep. But I don't think they're really outdid Arlecchino. Actually, the reason why Milani's not up here is because I find her clunky to play. I find her very difficult to play. That's another reason I don't bring her. Like, she's stupid strong, but I don't really care for her playstyle. I realize you don't have Hyper Bloom. But then again, is this Hyper Bloom? No, I can't even tell. What traveler you're using? Stuff. Tainari is a bit odd to use. Like, if you have him a Yaimiko, I do think he's a lot better. And I do think he needs a 5-star bow. I do think it. The stringless is cute, but this is not gonna be what helps you in the Abyss. This is not gonna help you in the Abyss. I can't even clear it mine. Mine is a free-to-play build. Where's my Tainari? Top 2%. I gave him a slingshot, which is a free 3-star weapon. I got mine built. 2's constellation, and I see that you have 1 constellation for yours. And my build is quite good. It's top 2%, but what more can you really ask for? And these pieces are freaking high RVs, Oh, you have Amos too? Okay, so maybe Amos could help. Maybe. Cool. Honestly, as I said before, if you don't have Yaimiko, I don't really think he's that good. Like, the Abyss is getting a bit more difficult.
If you ever want
Quite
to
a
trade
bit,
tactics, I'm always ready.
So you really need premium themes to really cut it. And the newer characters, as I said before, these are all Fontaines, except for Hu Tao and Child, who are still very good because a lot of their newer supports are also very strong. Like Hu Tao has Farina, she have Yelan, she have Shanyun, she has Shilonen. And these characters really are able to keep Hu Tao super relevant for sweaty tryhards. Yes, I have no doubt. As I said before, I believe completely in Holokino. Only reason I didn't get there myself was because
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm
I
always ready.
have been obsessed with this girl forever. Because when Genshin first started, because Himiko from Honkai 3rd. Because I knew Genshin was copying characters from Honkai. And I saw this character and I'm like, this is the template for the Pyro Archon. They both use claymores, both redheads, both from Hoyo. Oh, you do? But yeah, I saw her, I was like, yeah, this character, there's no way this character does not come out in Genshin Impact. Especially when she's clearly fighting the unknown god. So that's the reason why I skipped Arlecchino. Because I was like, the next region is the Pyro region. Why would I pull a Pyro character before the Pyro region shows up? Especially with the Pyro Archon coming out. So that's kind of why I skipped Arlecchino. So I could I already have Yoimiya. I didn't really feel the need to have another Pyro character. Oh, okay, that's great, huh? By accident. Everybody gets their characters by accident. I guess I'm on the person planning.
I'm always ready.
I feel like I'm on the person that plans. Everybody get their characters. Wasted my guarantee for her. Oh, you haven't seen one Arlecchino?
This is risky for most
I completely missed that.
So don't get any ideas.
Man, you're Arlecchino's. Oh, you do, and you have her weapon. Well, yeah. Arlecchino is goddamn strong. So how much stars are you getting in the Abyss? I know the Abyss reset today. So you're able to get to the 3rd floor. You should be able to at least get maybe 6 stars. Yeah. But your Arlecchino is amazing. This is an amazing Arlecchino. When it comes to Raiden, the issue with Arlecchino and Raiden is Bennett. Both of them really want Bennett. They really, really want Bennett. So I will honestly, man, like, I don't really know how to... Because the thing about going into a new region... I don't know if you were able to get the name card for the most recent event. Because I know for a lot of people that was an issue. But your Arlecchino is more than strong enough to have gotten you the name card. Because the thing here... with Skirk particularly, and going into a new region... is that... Alright girl, you talk a little bit too much. The issue with going into a new region is that there are going to be new mechanics for characters. Like how Night Soul is for Movuika.
Rise with the sun.
And the other... And then you have so many new bosses that say, hey, use Night Souls to break my barrier or something along that line. So while I would love to recommend Skirk because she will be strong, the issue with going into Not Cry will be that enemies are going to have, more than likely going to have new barriers that says, hey, if you have the character from the new region, you're going to easily be able to break my barrier. And then you're going to be like, oh, well, I already have Skirk, but damn, do I have to pull a new DPS so I could break these enemies' barriers? MiHoYo usually have like a workaround, so you're not completely forced to use it, but it's something that you always have to keep in the back of your mind. Because I'm recommending Skirk like crazy, but I have no intentions to pull her for the very reason I'm just describing right now, where I'm like, oh, there's just going to be a new mechanic in Not Cry that's going to be like, oh, use the Not Cry characters to break barrier. So while I do think Skirk is a fantastic character, I just don't think she's gonna be as good against Not Cry character content as, say, the Not Cry characters. Either pull Melania Knishkin try to sell you their banners. Exactly. The only characters I pulled from Natlan were... like, this is my character list. Because I'm a sweaty player, as you probably could tell by all the top 1%. Like when it came to Fontaine, I only put 2 5-stars. It was New Valette and Farina. I skipped all the Kino because the next region was Pyro. And the only characters that I pulled from Natlan are the... And I have no intention of pulling any more characters for the rest of this patch. For the entirety of this 5-point era. Right now I'm only saving for 6-point characters. 6.0 characters. That are from Not Cry. And then only got Movika's premium team. So for the most part, I pulled the Archon. And I pulled the character that best work with the Archon. I pulled Nahida. I pulled Alhaitham. I also skipped most of these characters. Only ones I have are the one from Standard. Day and Tainari. So, but I pulled her and I pulled him. I got Baiju by accident. I would have skipped Baiju. But for the most part, these two are the characters I pulled. So I basically pulled the Archon. And I pulled the characters that work best with the Archon. I have grinded for a long time. I have grinded. How? Where is it? Where is it? Where's Holy Lab? Where is Holy Lab? Because right now I'm only doing one domain, and I'm saving all my artifacts for the strongbox. To basically, when the strongbox include the artifacts for Mavuika, right now I'm saving a bunch. So because I played so long, and I used to farm the emblem day in, day out. But right now, emblem characters are not the strongest. So where does it tell you days played? Check in toolbox. Oh, come on, Hoyo. Battle Chronicles. Farming win. You're good, man. You can leave the whimsy. Your Olakina's good. I've been playing for this long. As I said before, that's the reason why it took forever. This and a ton of strong boxing. You should be using your artifacts to level all the artifacts because you're newer. But I've been playing for this long. Only time I miss a day is if like my internet something really happened. I have no access to internet or something. I would miss a day, but for the most part, so yeah, it took that long. At that point, odds are you probably quit the game. Most people do. I'm just one of those anomalies that I find this type of game enjoyable. Because usually, like my favorite games are pretty much Genshin Impact before Genshin Impact, like Kingdom Hearts, which is just another Genshin Impact. It's a more aerial. It's more like Wuwa in that regards. The combat's a bit more like Wuwa. Well, so now, yeah. But this is like old school Genshin Impact, where you fight Disney villains with Mickey. Well, in this case, Donald and Goofy. So these are the games I grew up with. So Genshin pretty much are scratching the itch of the type of games I love the most. You run around with a Keyblade. You fight with Jack Sparrow against monsters. You fight bosses. So these type of games are my favorite. So most people will quit Genshin, get burnt out. So as I said before, by the time you hit my point, you probably quit and no longer care about these stuff. But I've been playing this game. I don't max refresh. That's the one thing I do. So the thing I do the most is strong boxing. Because I don't really need the artifacts XP. I've been playing so long. I have enough XP. I also do artifact routes. So yeah. I kind of try hard in this game a little bit too much. I also do artifact routes where I go around and just go to different locations to collect artifacts. And I also buy artifacts because even I run out of artifact XP. Well, I've been saying, oh, I've been playing so long, I don't need artifact XP. I do. Actually do run out every now and then, once in a while. Only reason I don't run out anymore right now is because I have nothing to level. So yeah. Terra, I've never played that. I pretty much missed a lot of games over the past decade. Only games I really play right now is like Final Fantasy games, so console games like RPG. I tried to play God of War Ragnarok, but it felt exactly like the previous God of War, so I'm like, I don't feel like playing the game again. But mostly I'm a PlayStation type gamer. Well, like these locations have artifact experience, and I just go around the open world and get artifacts. So I'm just an artifactor.
Bring it.
Like this location where I had artifact. But yeah, it's a grind. Why you love Movika is overworld. It's solely for exploration. There's no reason for you love Movika other than it's overworld. I don't know if you realize, but all my characters have movements. Every character is a movement character. And sometimes what happens also is Movika allows my Elon to vaporize. So maybe to like, oh. But what I love about Elon is like you just get to run through enemies. Like look at these guys down here.
Burn it down.
Like you collect the artifact experience. You zip through all of them. And then you look back, and then they're all dead. Oh, except for that one. And then, what's your name? Is finish them off. So I just get to use my Movika as a support in that scenario. And she supports and enables vapes for my Elon. Because Elon in the overworld is my favorite character, hands down. Like, I love Elon, but when it comes to, like, endgame content, because my Elon is CU. She has her weapon, and she has constellations. And she is top 1% in her category. So, fairly high. So, I'm a very invested Elon, but when it comes to how her place in the overall meta, I don't think she's particularly strong. Like I would never recommend Yulon. Like if you're like sweaty player, like oh my god, I want to be really strong. I'm like, But then again, like at this point, if I was to talk to a newer player who really wanted to just get stronger for endgame content, I would highly recommend waiting until Not Cry. And pull a Not Cry character.
Take it easy.
If you have the patience. But otherwise, I would say pull for the characters that best support the DPS that you like playing. Like if you like Kanisha, you could get Emily. You could also get Movika because Movika is, frankly, Kanish's best support. Unfortunately, I feel like that's a waste of Movika, because Movika does so much more damage in her own team versus, say, working with Kanish. But nonetheless, it's pretty much a path that one can take. But this game is meant to be enjoyed. And however you choose to enjoy it, yeah, it does need Bennett, doesn't he? That would mean your Ryder needs Bennett, your Arlecchino needs Bennett, and your Kanish needs Bennett. Oh god, fun game, huh? But Ian San, maybe Ian San should be able to alleviate. Actually, no. Yes, no. Maybe Kanish can replace Bennett with Ian San. But then you're over here risking pulling on the banner, then you might get Veresa. And then everything does change because Veresa also wants Bennett. Oh god, Hoyo. You need to free these people from the curse of Bennett. So much characters want Bennett, good lord. Does not even Shalonen replaces Bennett. Bennett buffs way more than Shalonen. Was quite startling to say the least. But yes, see, that's why I have him all the way at the top. I have him all the way at the top of my tier list. So this guy is something else. Like struggling starts around here. I don't think Ayaka is particularly good. Eula could work. The cryo DPSs, all the cryo ladies I just think struggle. So maybe Skirk will find herself in that position at some point. Because at one point we thought these characters were really good. Ganyu did not age well. Ganyu aged the worst of all the leeway top 3. The leeway top 3 back in the days were Ganyu, Shao, where is Shao? And Hu Tao, because they all came around the exact same time. Ganyu came in 1.2 and Shao and Hu Tao came at 1.3, Lantern, right? And those were considered the top 3 of Genshin. And they're referred to as the top 3 leeway characters. They were the meta of meta. Ganyu used to be really hyped. Everyone loved Ganyu back in the days when she came out because her damage compared to everybody else was just so much higher. And then she also synergized very well with Venti, who was also considered a hype character. So here we had a very hype Neuvillette. Not Neuvillette, I mean Venti. Venti was very hype in 1 error, and Ganyu was one of the only characters that could shoot inside Venti's burst. Till this day, like most characters cannot hit inside Venti's burst. So because of that, where is the help? Edit video. Let's play this. I don't like neither do I. That's why I skipped him. I started playing Genshin because of Shao. He was one of my most hyped characters. Because the way my pulls went was that I was saving for Shao, but then I saw his gameplay and I was like, this seems kind of boring. This seems very boring. I don't like this. Very Shao. Because I saw him in his early state
With your friends, adventure awaits.
4 years ago. Like I saw this, I was like, oh my god, this character looks so cool. This was back in the days. Hey, Shagun looks like she's a headband. Like I saw this guy, I was like, wait a minute. He reminded me of Ichigo from Bleach. How when Ichigo holified and got a mask on, I was like, this is cool. And he did so much damage. I was like, look how much damage he's doing.
Surely you can't use persuasion on plants.
I was like, look, oh my god, this character's OP. I'm saving for him. Yeah, this is the beta. Like, he really reminded me of Ichigo. I was like, this is so cool. He mask up. Put his mask on, the holified. I was like, this is awesome. I'm so getting this character, but the more I watch his gameplay, I was like, this is going up and down. It doesn't look fun. And I think it would give me a headache. Because I also believe, like, if I do my waifu tier list, Like for my waifu tier list, I would have Shanyun at really high. Like I would have Shanyun really high. Like if I was to do a waifu tier list right now. The reason I mentioned Shanya is because while I think she's hot as fuck, I would never pull her because she's a plunger. She enables plunging. I don't want to plunge. That's garbage. I freaking hate plunging. So I also disdain. I have a strong disdain. So while I think she's hot as fuck, who are my hottest, most attractive characters? Like I like Day and Shanyun, but I put them down here. Is this? There is more. I know Ganyu, but Ganyu's probably down here. Where is Fujisaru, Yolanda, Candace? Is this it? I feel like I'm missing somebody. I think I had more than this. Eula. I kind of feel Eula went down a little bit for me though. But yeah, let's call this S tier waifu. I need to make an entire list of every single waifu. Nah, this is I don't really care for Yae Miko. But the reason I brought this up was because Shenyun, I think she's an S tier waifu, but I do not like plunging. I do not like plunging, man. So even though, I kinda, and that's how I wasted my pulls on Ganyu. Cause Ganyu ban was right before Shao, and I was like, I really want D-Luke at that time, cause I had a Wolf Gravestone that had died in my inventory. So I decided to go all in on Ganyu, and I ended up at C1 Ganyu. Is this right? Only have 3 5-star weapons. Oh, you do? Well, it took me a long time. The first 5-star weapon I got,
Wait. Surely you can't use persuasion on plants.
Only 5-star weapon first one I got was well, the first signature one I got, I think might have been the one for I got Unforged and Missplit at the same time. But yeah, the first 5-star weapon I got was Wolf Gravestone, which I never used. Even till this day. Well, I use it somewhat now. Not really. Only when Imaginarium Theater, I use it. I use it on D-Luca for Imaginarium Theater. Otherwise, I never use it. And then all the keynotes. Okay. So what inspired you to go for all the keynotes weapon? The only reason I got this one was because I was like, without it, Aika sucks. Turns out with it, she also sucks. But yeah, I had Wolf Greystone. I got this, trying to get Aika's weapon. So back in the days, you lose 50-50 and you get fucked. And I got fucked. It was during COVID. What had happened was Hoyo left Aika banner running for like 2-3 months because there was a shutdown in China, so they couldn't update the game. And I decided, you know what, fuck it. I have all these pulls, I might as well get Aika. And I kinda regret it. I don't know. I did a single pull and got it at 59 pity. So that's what you mean single pull? Seems quite average to me. Oh shit, my mic was off. Wait a minute. Where did I leave off? Anyway, as I said before, I hope this works. And well, it's a good thing you won 50-50, been a real painful.
Get together with your friends, adventure awaits.
I thought you were concentrating, now my mic just accidentally turned off. Well, I was trying to figure this nonsense out. Essentially, what happened with the because these characters are supposed to be voiced.
Surely you can't use persuasion on
And Farina's voice actress is the one that owns the current studio that's doing the voice acting for Genshin Impact. It's kind of funny. So that's why she's here. She's guaranteed to be here. Well, she's always there. She's the one that owns the studio. But we're still dealing with this voice actor crisis. All the artists are on strike. Oh, well, some of them clearly showed up. Lenny showed up. And as I said, oh no, you serious? I have to do it again? I hate this event. Like, how do you know when somebody got it? Rave review? This is what we're supposed to look at. Rave review. Ah, man, this event sucks. This is not very obvious how you're supposed to place everything. Let's see, you do a close-in. Pretty much have to watch the entire thing. Restriction on her. Just search up the guide on YouTube. Yeah, you're right, but it's already in the menu for me just to watch somebody else. So shot 5 is where you bring in the Regivine. And then shot 6 is where she shows up. And then Farina shows up.
Surely you can't use persuasion on
and then you get the treasure chest. No, it goes back to the game table. Then the treasure chest. And then you get the table, and then Lenny does his line.
Get together with your friends. Adventure awaits.
And then Farina says something hot. So who's your hottest waifu? What's your waifu tiers looking like? Who's your top 3 waifus? Or whichever number you want to give. Because I know sometimes it can be hard to give exactly 3. Especially when you might like so many. It's tough. Thinkage. I know, man, it's very hard. In more than one way. Whoa. Anyway, that's childish of me. Raiden is up there, okay. Yes, pardon my Raiden slander. So how does this work? Use persuasion on her. He summons this, so persuasion on that, summons that. Then use this, suppose something like that. And then use that. Then use this. You move it to the table. You get the treasure chest. You do a whole friendship, you do a whole gathering, and then you end with friendship. Right in the top 3, okay. All top 3 just write-ins 3 times. So it seems like it's you reference you play Himiko and Honkai. Are you saying Star Rail? Or do you play Honkai Impact 3rd? Because I think the Hersher of Thunder is way hotter. Like the Hersher of Thunder is fine. Oh my god, don't tell me you're electrical waifu. Enjoyer. Are you gonna say Veresa next? Or Sarah or Kaching? Star Rail 2. So you play Honkai Impact 3rd? When you say 2, you saying Genshin and Star Rail 2? Or Honkai Impact 3rd and Star Rail 2?
Wait.
No, not Versa.
You can't use persuasion on plants.
We're kind of all over the place with this one, huh? Talking about what games you play and what waifus you enjoy. GI Star Rail, Wuwa. Oh wow, you just let me. Also, I'm a Wuwa enjoyer. I assume it started those other games on their launch, right? Because ZZZ and Wuwa are fairly new.
Get together with your friends.
Whereas Genshin is an older game. But the other 3s are newer. Navia, so okay, so Fontaine and one from Inazuma. One Day After Launch and ZZZ and Star Rail. When did you start those? Both narrative executions were beyond fault. Even I struggle to find anything to critique or criticize. Man, in Wuwa right now, I have a C3 Clarant. Not Claranta, Carlotta. Both of them use a gun, so it's kind of hard to remember who is who. 10 Primal Gems. And in HSR, I recently wished for Tribi. Where is my HSR poll? So, Wishin and Genshin. I have a C2 Movuika. I decided not to activate the constellation for my Movuika and my Sitlali.
Easier with a few different identities to choose
For
from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Star Rail, I am pretty unlucky. Bottom 32% for rate up, and then I don't really get earlies. I'm at 4 pity. I just got E1 Tribi. In these games, I'm free to play. Only one I buy a Genshin Welkins, but I do not buy anything in the other games I play. For Z Nation, it's where my luck is garbage as well. Only because Jane and freaking Ellen are garbage. These two characters are garbage compared to, like, right now, the other characters that I have, which I think are good, are Miyabi and Astra Yal. I went for E2. I went for E1, Astra. And that took forever to get, so. Quite unlucky there. Woo! I went for C3, Corlata. So I have 1, 2, 3 Corlata. And I bought one from the shop. So right now I have 1, 2 from Gachu, and I bought one from the shop. So I have C3. And ZZ wasn't available on launch in my country. After 1 month, I got to play it. Star Rail, I started 3 months earlier. I can't use Paimon because I'm a mobile. Yeah. Yeah, that's a bitch. But it doesn't really matter. You don't need to really know this stuff, huh? This is just for reference. In my case, it's just a reference how unlucky I am. Like, right now I'm 60% above, but when it comes to average PT, I'm way above average. The average PT in this game should be like 60. What's my average PT? My average PT in this game is 57. So that's nice. This is way above average for 5-star. Well, this is kind of messed up. He should not be here. Along the way, my history got lost because I have a GN and I have a Shorekeeper Genshi. I have Shorekeeper Genshi and GN who's not being shown here. So basically, my history got deleted. So I probably should just remove him. If I could remove him, I remove him. Because he's making my rate, my look better than it actually is. Even though he's a 50-50 loss. He's false advertisement. I did not get him early. So that, and a Genshin again, my Genshin data is also missing.
Navigating the world is a
but
whole lot easier with a few
overall,
different identities to choose from.
D-Luke is right, so it's not anything crazy. A lot of my early Genshin pulls are gone. But my standard rate is crazy low. My standard is 38. Average PT, so I'm getting a lot of earlies. Most of them are Chi-Chi and Skyward Prides though. I got Chi-Chi twice and I got Skyward Pride twice. It's kind of disgusting. I got Genshi accidentally, yeah. I did not go for accident. Actually, I went for Genshi. Because what happened was I felt like Corlata was weak as fuck. I was like, my Corlata feels so weak. So it's when Corlata, I'm like, she's so weak. Do I need Genshi to make her feel stronger? I got her. I'm like, my Corlata still feels weak. So I kept going and I kept going. And then for your weapon, I also felt Corlata needed her weapon. I was like, Genshi also needs her weapon because Genshi feels weak as fuck. So yeah. So I kind of went for it. I went hard on the 3.2.0 War banner. I literally went all the way for Corlata and I went for their weapons. Because I wasn't pulling that much. And I got the Gion early. I really went hard. At this point, I have no intent of pulling in Withering Waves for a long time.
I got a new letter from an informant.
But yeah, Wuwa kinda, not gonna lie, it's not the funnest game for me. I played it. I've literally done every single thing in the game to do. But if I was to drop one, it would probably be Wuwa, unfortunately. It just doesn't have a very gripping story for me to feel super engaged with it outside of simply getting more characters. Although I've done everything though. I really don't play any more games aside from Genshin. They burnt me out. Are you serious? Those games are so new though. The thing that Genshin has that I like is the story, and I really like the colorfulness of the world. And I like the way Genshin tells the story. The characters are very fleshed out. I like it. I love the combat, because the combat is actually quite unique. Whereas a game like Withering Waves, and then again, maybe Genshin is just better to play it on mobile. No, Genshin is better to play on mobile versus say a Wuwa, because Wuwa does have a lot more aerial combat to it. that probably doesn't translate well to a touchscreen. But I don't know. I don't really know because I also find Genshin terrible to play on mobile. And my phone doesn't have that much storage, I figure. That's also one of my viewers' biggest issues. They also play that Genshin on mobile, and they pretty much don't have much storage for Genshin and their other gacha game called Battle Cats. I almost done with my work. It's easier than WoW, I figured. Talk to what? So what? The 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is there something off about this? Was the first did the first event give me 10 Prima Gems? Odds are dead. Because usually Genshin events give 420 Prima Gems. So assume the first that we met the guy that I just talked to, he gave us 10 Prima Gems. And then this most recent one also gives us 10. Yeah.
Take it easy.
I assume they gave us, because the first time we talked, we had to have given us 10. Hoyer never gives us 410. They give out what they call, they give out, what you call, they give out 420. Always 420. Sometimes I think it might be 360 on some events. But any kind of event of that caliber is always going to be 420.
Add Astra.
Oh shit, I messed up. Now I have to replace every goddamn thing. Always get the coins. I don't need the coins. Actually, I haven't been running out of coins actually.
Add Astra. You have already clicked. Add Astra.
The fishing event, you serious? It was nothing like it. I didn't even register it. I just logged in and did it. Are you talking about WoW? Because if you're talking about WoW, I hated the WoW fishing event. But that was actually a job. I really hated the WoW fishing event. But for this one, it was nothing. I just went in there, logged in. Like, some people were really sweaty. Look at this shit, man. I only have 530. These fuckers have 10 times my score. Good lord, huh? Oh, you haven't touched yes. Alright, I'll have to always remember that you mean Genshin, because not enough storage to play all these predatory gacha games. But yeah, it wasn't that bad. I didn't really understand how it worked, to be quite honest, because I'm over here trying to shoot this big fish, and nothing is happening, and I'm like, oh, what is happening? What's supposed to go on? What's going on here? I've been spam clicking this thing for the past 5 seconds, and this freaking fish is not coming towards me. It's not in my net. So till now, I still have no idea what's going on. You did? Yes, I did. I did in fact do the Spiral Abyss. What can I say about the Spiral Abyss? Other than I have constellations on my characters. Alright, let's see if I can suffer. How do you suffer? So the enemies right now are Hydro. It says Hydro. I really want you to use Hydro. So Hydro. You do have a Kazuha. Oh man, I remember back in the days I used to use this team. It's not very good now. Not at all. Not good in the slightest. Could this team even work? Alright, I'm gonna try something here. Don't judge me. How does this even work? How does this work? There goes sucrose. It's not the most smartest thing to do, but sucrose does give EM, right? It's a scuff team. But let's see what it looks like. How many wishes do I have? I have quite a bit. Did I click lever? Click the wrong thing. Like, I'm a very try-hard player. So let's see, where is... I have 194 wishes right here. My pity right now is at 31. Like, it says right bumper. Oh, it works. Okay. I'm at 31 right now, so yes. The 6 times 5 is 30. And then this 7 page is 31. So yes, I have a 31. I have 194 wishes. And in this currency, I have 138 wishes from the star glitter. So I have 138 plus 194. Who's this Kirito?
Take it easy.
And the only thing I really have to, because I've been playing Genshin for the longest time, so it's not the most exciting game for me. Although I'm very much looking forward to 5.45 next patch. I'm 100% looking forward to that. It seems so. Maybe got transported into this world of Genshin Impact. And he's begging me to join his raid. Because he's a beta player. And he knows I'm also an early adapter of Genshin Impact. What's his girlfriend name again? Ahsoka? I remember what her name is.
Fallen leaves, adorn.
Rain outlines your fate. Rain
That's
cutter.
bad then, if he got absorbed into the world. What the fuck? That thing was...
Wind Strider.
Yeah, this abyss gonna seem very tricky.
Clouds hide. The birds come.
Huh? You're toast! Boba, get them!
Witness the power of Gugwa.
Teamwork is dream.
As one with wind
And then after this is another enemy.
Let's light it up. I'm going in.
Wind Strider.
Oh, and it took all my energy. Oh no, and it's a Hydra thing. This is horrible. And now it does a Hydra shield. Yeah. Oh no. Like, you really have to plan for that one, huh? Why did I exit completely? That was actually like Farina really helps here. Because what you'd have to do here is really time your bursts. with your things show. So you have the burst up. But the issue also is that that enemy you can't proc sacrificial sword against an enemy with a shield. So that's kind of smojo. What is this? Another person want to enter my world? Oh, you already did the Abyss? Not as bad at Papelia. Oh, I was watching somebody do a lore video. Now that you bring up the Papelia, I'm not sure if you're... It was just so profound to me that I have to tell everyone I meet. Because the enemy... The way the Abyss works is that it copies things from the ley line. I assume he did the Movwika story, the last boss. So this is supposed to be the Dragon Sovereign. So he copies the Dragon Sovereign,
right up my
and while you're fighting it, it copies the voices of the previous Pyro Archons. And then there's the Papelia.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons.
Copies the monsters from the ley line. So this Papelia is able to transform into other things that you've encountered throughout the game. Like it turns into the Bishop. It turns into a lot of things actually. Can I find some Warbler flowers? I guess that person actually waited for me to say something. Oh, you do know? Well, that was news to me. I was just like, wait a minute. I did not realize that. That was a profound awakening to me. Because it really explained so much of what was going on in Natlan. Oh man, this also reminds me that not a lot of people really cared for Natlan. Like, I personally love Natlan, but a lot of people did not just really appreciate Natlan as much as I did. Oh man, Tainari. With a free-to-play weapon. Can he do it? I don't think so. I do not think so. But let's try. Let's see what Tainari could do. Where is he? Baiju. Just for some shielding. This time I know there's an asshole coming up at the second part. Do you know the lore about Three Moons? All I really know about it is Arlecchino somehow represents the Crimson Moon. There's the Welkin Moon. I did watch one of the YouTubers talk about it, but I don't really connect to it. I can't really connect the main world of Genshin to the story. Like, there's nothing I can point to in Genshin that'd be like, oh, this really solidified the lore for me. Similar to how I could just be like, oh, the way the monster operates is something concrete where I could point to like, oh, that's represent the way the Abyss work, where it mimics things that it comes across from the ley lines. Like, that's something concrete I could connect. Whereas the concept behind the moons and all that stuff isn't that really something I can really tie back into the main game story or the way anything operates. So it's still an abstract idea for me currently. So while I understand that there is this concept of the three moons, I feel like it's not well established enough in game for me to feel any stronger connection to that kind of lore right now. Maybe once the game starts, like
Windstrider, fallen leaves, adorn my night.
Actually making that a part of the main story, I will feel a little bit more.
Cloud tide, The birds call.
Nice and spicy.
Huh? Witness the power of Gugwa. I'm going in.
Oh no, my Chincho died. I thought I switched to him. What the fuck, man? The game is on us. Well, Genshin did drop on Instagram about 3 moons, so it's canon. No, I believe it's canon. It's just, I don't feel like it's something that's really a part of the main story right now. Clearly not quite. It's gonna really dive into it. So for now, it's still not something that that I'm gonna take too seriously. But I'm aware of the lore and what is going on to the best of my knowledge. There might be some things I'm not too certain on. Yeah. Think so you're gonna take forever to get your energy back, man.
Let's light it up.
Guba, get them.
Huh? Huh?
Man, I was trying to burst. I was trying so hard to burst before he did that. Oh my, this boss is actually the worst.
Nice and spicy.
Oh man, I was actually trying to burst.
One with wind and cloud.
You're toast.
No, my sword. Let me weave you a verse.
And then it goes into the air and then does that thing.
Everybody stand back.
Clouds hide. The birds call.
Rain cutter. Let's light it up. Teamwork is dream.
As one with wind and cloud. Time to go.
Let me weave you a verse. Everybody stand back.
Guba, get them.
Wind Strider.
I let my guard down.
Oh
Let's
man.
light it up. Adventure. Yeah. Huh? No, my sword.
What the frick? Look how long this takes me, man. This is not cool. This abyss is genuinely difficult. Oh my god. Have you seen Paimon Cape and the 3 moons? No, I have not. Because my theory with Paimon is clearly she's from Celestia, where's the best place? The only thing I really come up with Paimon is, where is that pillar? That's why I didn't try it. Yeah, I see that. You're only on 411. But yeah, using 4 stars for that. Well, trying to use it. A 4-star focus team. But it's a bit, this is kind of crazy. Like, you see the things around the pillar? These lines, like, you see the lines when the Paimon shows up, and then she leaves. She has the exact same lines around her body when she shows up and leaves. Same thing as the pillars. So that's my little theory. That both Paimon is from Celestia. Wherever this pillar came from is exactly the same thing as Paimon. Alright, Mega, thank you so much for stopping by and have a great day. And thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. God knows how hard it is to get one of those nowadays. So thank you so much. Especially coming all the way down here to see a small streamer like myself. I cannot say how much I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Keeping me company. Gets lonely down here sometimes. Alright, man, take care. Thank you, thank you. Hearts to you too, man. Life of a small streamer. It's just loneliness and regret. The regret is more of a my thing. This is my thing, though. The loneliness is also a my thing, but always help to have a little company. Be alone together, I guess.
Exploration and trials.
Anyway, it's been a good chat.
Right up my alley.
Hopefully, your artifact luck works out. So yeah, I could log into Wua, but there's somebody currently in my world. I don't really want to chase them away yet. So I'm just gonna let them cook and do their thing while I question my life decisions and how I got here. And where is it? Genshin achievements, Genshin. Oh, I didn't even do this. I completely forgot. So talk to this. You're supposed to be. This is the reason why I came here.
Have a compulsion to
I didn't
follow
even
the
do
light,
this.
and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
I completely forgot that I have an achievement to do. That'll just work.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
Interesting. Yeah, that's the reason why I came here. Where else? Lab. I want to check out my Alright, let's go do my achievement. Chronicles, though. Let me just quickly look at this. Toolbox. Battle Chronicles. But yeah, this abyss kind of hard. For free to play, man, that's kind of hard. That's just, that shook me up a little bit. But this one, I really need to get to that finish line as fast as possible.
Phew. Coming!
Just in case, I'm just gonna grab a Saria. Just in case I need one nearby. Fatal. Ever familiar how to climb a mountain? Could you demonstrate it? This seems a lot harder than it needs to be. What is this? I didn't get an achievement. The fricker? When did I get an achievement? I look different in this one though. You only get it one way though?
I've read almost every novel from Yai Publishing House. Pretty normal, right?
You seem to only get it one way. For some reason, mine is at a different location versus where you're supposed to get it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You just telling me I didn't get it? I wasn't fast enough.
Here's to a life where the drinks keep flowing
That sucks.
and the more keeps rolling. Show no mercy.
All right. Let's try the new abyss. F2P grind later. Good lord. It's not an optimal team, but damn, maybe the abyss is difficult. Yeah, that's far from an optimal team. Maybe again, it's kind of crazy that Gens could get away with being paid to win. If the abyss really has gotten that much difficult, which from the looks of it, yes, there are so many more barriers that you have to break through in the current abyss that I do think it's so much more difficult than previous iterations. Let's get my woo at dailies out the way. Oh man. Actually, I do appreciate these dead moments in video games. I haven't been really too obsessed with being optimal in war.
shine or to die. Merely two sides of the same coin. Insta-painting! Springs into life! Art unveiled!
What's going on here? I keep trying to do an outro. That's intro.
You will yield.
And Bog Creep and HSR. It is happening. But
I alone will decide whether it's
it's
for
not really,
show
but it's
or
happening.
for battle.
There is in fact a lot of Power Creep and HSR. And how you kind of eroded the trust. So everybody's now paranoid in the community. Wondering when is Hoyu gonna make their DPS obsolete. And is Big Daddy Hoyu gonna make our DPS feel like garbage?
Life is in everything. Insta-painting! Capture the spark!
Capture the spark.
My compliments. Surrender. Brilliance lights the way. The world is mine.
Yeah, that's enough of that. Yeah, I get to 50. Means I get to do a wish. I get to do a wish. And maybe I get to... I just plan to get as much of these swords as possible. I plan to just collect these swords. That's kind of where my head is at when it comes to how to best use standard wishes. Is to essentially R5 that sword. Okay, that's one row. That's 2 rows. That's more than 2 rows. What's the best path here? And I get to do another wish. See if I can just keep getting these swords. Huh? I keep praising for that gold light. And the way these things look, it look like they could turn gold any second. But they never do. So that's a pain.
Bang.
Anything else I could do in other gacha games? I could log into HSR. Spend the last bit of my resin. Alright. Back to forever grind. They try to get my Bertha a better goblet with some goddamn crit rate.
Watch this.
Feeling lucky.
Take a look. This is pure genius in action.
Feeling spiffy?
Open sesame. Watch it crumble.
Yeah, this abyss is going to be quite crazy. This abyss is quite crazy.
Can you find the answer? Can you find the answer?
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it off. Bust.
What's going on Reddit? Let's see how the community is reacting to Genshin's new philosophy of putting a bunch of different enemies with shields back to back. I always gotta check these accounts to make sure I'm dealing with Genshin players and not WoW players in disguise. Like, I play WoW, but the way gacha players act, it's kind of insane if you ask me. So I always have to make sure that these people are actual Genshin players, and this person is a Genshin player, it seems. So what are they saying? So now that I've verified the legitimacy of their issues, okay. That's a casual. He's probably just burnt out to the game. Oh man. What kind of topic is this? Or what if? This new abyss is quite interesting. Oh, it should. This guy made a video.
Okay. What? Wow! Hi, my name is Alex and I'm a music producer, and today I'm going to listen to the Natlan battle theme from Genshin Impact for the first time. Ah. Good. Okay. Wow. What the hell? Come on. Come on, this is basically an Afrobeats version of the battle theme in Liyue. In case you've not been in Liyue in a while, let me remind you of what amazing piece of music I'm talking about. This one.
Alright, you put a twist on it, though.
I believe there's a beautiful parallel between the Liyue battle theme and the Natlan battle theme, specifically with how they chose their instrument and what they're letting them do. For example, there's a beautiful pipa part in the Liyue battle theme that goes something like this. That riff kind of reminded me of this riff from the Natlan battle theme, played instead by a kora.
There's a different rhythm to it, though.
They are using the same type of instruments from two different regions to do melodic shapes that are kind of similar. This is not random. This is quite intentional. One thing I like a lot about this part is that it sounds so engaging rhythmically. And that kind of reminds me of a style of music called Afrobeat, which is a modern spin on traditional African music, I would say. And in fact, if we were to modernize this, that's exactly what we would get. I don't think I heard that much Afrobeat influences in video game music before, and that's freaking epic. I love it. I'm here for it. Oh! What the hell? This caught me by surprise because in terms of gaming specifically, this part reminded me of one of the first games I ever played, which is Crash Bandicoot on the PlayStation 1, as it features an instrument called the marimba. It sounds like this, isolated.
I'm like, this music sounds kind of generic for like a action
that's right in
or
the
adventure type old-time game from back in the days.
Oh my god! This is what I live for. Dude, this is literally what I live for. This is in music, hearing tradition being portrayed
the chorus
so amazingly.
Black
As a black dude, right? Like these sort of vocalizations in music and the way in which they portray the richness of the human voice in this track as a core element reminds me of some of the music I heard growing up. Like, for example, with my parents and my relatives who are from a country called Congo Brazzaville, I lost count of how many times I've seen them break into song. This happens at parties, but I have seen that even at big Congolese funerals, where people come together and they spend several days praying and singing as a way to honor the dead. I never really asked my parents what is the source of that tradition, but from the way I see it, singing is seen as a communal experience that brings people together.
Like, he seemed like he knows so much about music
as one. And of course,
he doesn't really dig
here we're
into the
talking about a
history of
battle
his
theme for a
own.
video game, so I don't think that the meaning behind it is that deep. But hearing this
Feels
here
like you're
means
missing
something to
a
me as a person of African descent.
key
And also
part
as a
of
music
your
composer, I
growth
just think
as a
human
person.
voice is one of the most rich instruments we got.
If you're not learning about the history of your music.
Oh man, there's a flute solo? Wow. Oh my god, dude. I love this. Genshin Impact music is orchestrated.
I will say though, I'm not a big fan of
passages like this.
I'm not a big fan of the Natlan theme. Personally, my favorite battle music is still Sumeru.
Where you have a very small, intimate instrument carrying a very important message. But then behind it, you have this beautiful orchestra making it sound even cooler. Beautiful trumpet going on here. Dude, okay. To that point, what's going on underneath the trumpet? Dude, can you hear that? Like those beautiful flute-like instruments? That is definitely a pan flute. That pan flute rhythm is kind of sus though.
It's like, this giving me a Zelda vibe.
That reminds me a bit of flamenco music, so I had to try and put some guitars on top of this. Let's see how it sounds like. Suddenly, that trumpet on top sounds very caliente. I love this. Anyway, let's continue on Natlan.
Alright, now this is after.
Dude, okay, I'm losing my mind. Dude! Dude! What the? Oh my god! Dude, what the hell?
Alright, this is fired up.
This is a battle thing? This thing sounds like a spiritual awakening. Like, I have a hard time finding words to describe how amazing this is. It's a great battle theme. It's also really respecting traditional music from Africa a lot. And as a third point, if you turn it into something more modern, it still slaps. Like, for example, this bit could probably work as a neo-soul track. So I have to take my bass and just experiment with this.
basically every Nightline character to play. Well, I would say Genshin is definitely.
Come on now. You can't tell me
making
this
the
Nightline battle theme
harder.
is not a banger. Like, I'm discovering so many crazy things in it, and we're not even done yet. And hand pants for no reason. Dude!
Oh, I never heard this part.
Dude! Oh my god! No! Okay, never would I have thought the day would come where I would hear stuff like this in a video game. Notice how like the music makes space for the vocals whenever they kick in. It's like, okay, this is your
but
time
you don't
to
hear
shine.
this in the game.
Go. This shows the respect the composers have for African music culture because they just want that to shine.
I
Really, they're not like,
the composers
oh
are
yeah, let's
Africans.
use those weird sounds in the background. They're like, no, let's showcase this beautiful culture in the most prominent way possible.
Yeah,
in
the
one of
game
the
don't
most
really
recurring
showcase it
battle
though.
themes in the game. There is
There's
no
an actual
concern
African
for like,
tribe.
oh, is this gonna alienate our players? They're like, no, they're going for it. They're like, this is where you're at.
And you don't even
This
hear
is what
this
you're gonna
part in the
hear.
game?
This is music that matters. I love this. And most especially, it's not just the message behind that I love, but it's how freaking good it sounds. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, you get the hey, but you don't get that. Actually, you maybe do get. Maybe I just don't listen to music.
I'm losing my
actually.
mind.
Maybe that's why. Maybe you do hear all this.
I'm actually out of it. What the hell?
And then this uncultured swine.
That's
who's always
wow,
playing all the
okay.
music in the
Okay.
background.
What the hell? Wow!
Or kill the
Dude!
enemies too fast.
What just happened? What is stopping DJs and clubs worldwide from playing video game music when you can literally turn stuff like this into insane club bangers? I mean, check this out.
Okay.
I mean, this music works literally in any scenario. Once again, I
It
have to
does.
give it up to Genshin Impact right now because these games' soundtracks are both beautifully symphonic and orchestral, but they also feature such a rich and colorful array of instruments and folkloristic vocals in their music. And that marries the colorful world in which this game takes place. Like, literally the world of Teyvat is the best thing about that game. Roaming around in the open world and going on adventures while listening to this amazing music in the background is some of the best gaming experience I had in 2020 specifically. And I'm glad to see the game still thriving and doing well. And if you like this sort of music and this sort of mood in your video games, you may be interested in hearing about this game that I'm writing the music for. It's called Second Stone.
Okay. No, I've seen this, huh?
Second Stone is a beautiful adventure game that is a mix of JRPGs from the past like Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross and platforming games like Crash Bandicoot.
I saw it,
It sounds
this was
absolutely
really good.
ridiculous, but that's literally what it is. It has a beautiful story and it's been developed by a studio called Skyward.
It
I
looks
was
like Zelda,
tasked with writing the
which is
soundtrack of the game. And the game
Genshin.
director literally told me, I want you to write a soundtrack that will transport people to a different world when they hear it. And then he sent me Chrono Cross and Jade Cocoon and Chrono Trigger as references. And I also thought of Genshin Impact. So these days, I'm finding myself writing a lot of music, sort of like this one right here.
This sounds like Final Fantasy. I saw you made Final Fantasy director, but this music sounds Final Fantasy.
The Skyward team is full of people just like me, who basically grew up playing the amazing games that came out in the 90s
I
and
would
early
play this game.
2000s
It's great.
and dreamt of one day creating their own game. We're doing that now. And most especially the goal here for us is to create something that even kids would enjoy playing,
The
and once
graphics
they
look
become
amazing.
adults and they
Well.
play it once again, they see different meanings in it. It's a very tall order, especially for me with the music, but we're having a lot of fun. So I hope you'll check out our trailer on the Steam page, which I will link down below. And I want to give a massive thank you to Skyward for sponsoring this video and for having me on the team as well. Now let's get back to Genshin Impact. This may be the best.
What's going on, Evelyn, the murder maid?
What the?
And
I
this is
freaking
the
love it.
guy
It's
turned.
It's amazing.
He turned up. Where is it?
Dude. Prominent way possible. Oh my god! No! Oh, hell yeah. Hell Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, never in a video game. Notice how like the composers have for African music is this beautiful culture in the most they're going for it. They're like, this is where you're at. This is what you're
Where is it?
Dude, what the?
Nothing much. Playing some Ultra Kill.
Dude, what the hell?
This is a battle thing. I can't remember where.
This thing sounds like a spiritual awakening. Like, I have a hard time finding words to describe how amazing this is. It's a
you know what's crazy right now, Evan? I'm rewatching. I'm going back trying to find the part I enjoyed a lot, and I keep hearing things that I'm like, wait a minute, did he say this? I don't remember him saying this. Because I'm going back here and I'm like, wait a minute. Wait, turned out he said it.
Experiment with this. Oh, hell yeah. I'm losing my mind. Dude! Wow! Dude! Playing video game music when you can literally turn stuff like this into insane club bangers. I mean, check this out.
So you took the music, and you turned it into a club mix.
I mean, this music works literally in any scenario. Once again, I have to give it up to Genshin Impact right now because these games' soundtracks are both beautifully symphonic and orchestral worldwide from playing video game music. When you can literally turn stuff like this into insane club bangers. I mean, check DJs and clubs worldwide from playing video game music. When you can literally turn stuff like this into insane club bangers. I mean, check this out. I mean,
so
this music works literally in any scenario. Once again,
he's promoting the game, but he's helped develop
as references, and I also thought of Genshin Impact. So these days, I'm finding myself writing out the music,
Genshin Impact
sort
when he was
of like this one right
created
here.
the music for this game. But this sounds more like Final Fantasy to me, which is funny because I saw a picture of him meeting the composer or the sound director for Final Fantasy. I don't think even mentioned Final Fantasy, but it sounds exactly like a Final Fantasy.
These days, I'm finding myself writing a lot of music, sort of like this one right here. Skyward team is full of people just like me who basically grew up playing, create something that
the graphics don't look amazing for like the close-ups, but the overall looks real good. I saw this before I even knew he was doing it. I think this was in the PlayStation live stream or when it was on IGN. I don't know exactly where it's from, but
award for sponsoring this video and for having me on the team as well. Now let's get back to Genshin Impact. This may be the best.
Speaking of music, the recent Ultra Kill update also updated the playlist something Cyber Grind.
That's amazing.
Well, that changes everything. Now you have new tunes to listen to while you die trying to get P perfection on Minos Prime or Prima. No, it's Minos Prime, right?
That's like, what the hell? Is this a normal battle theme? This is like a final boss theme. What the hell? What the hell just happened? Okay, what blew my mind about the ending on this track is that for a second there, this positive, whimsical, dreamy track went into Bloodborne territory. And to illustrate that, I orchestrated it with more gothic instruments, and this is what it sounds like.
What? This is the same music?
You can't tell me that doesn't sound like a From Software game. And what if I told you this is not the first time that I hear some FromSoft vibes in Genshin Impact soundtrack? There's another theme that does this very powerfully, and I'm talking about the Ajdaha boss battle theme, for which I made a 20-minute analysis video, which you can find on this same channel. But as for my thoughts about this Natlan normal battle theme, that was like probably like the single best track I ever heard from Genshin Impact as a game, and probably one of the best video game tracks I ever heard in my entire life. I'm so grateful for the work they're doing. This is very important music. It's not just great music, it's very important music. And
so you have to understand, he's a guy from Africa. You don't really hear African music in Genshin, in games in general. So that's probably why he feels so appreciative for Genshin for introducing it. Because the Natlan's theme is straight up African music. But unfortunately, Natlan has very little representation when it comes to Africa. Which is funny because the traveler's name, as I probably mentioned 1,000 times, is a name from Africa. Timani, which means hope, is a Kenyan name. But nonetheless, you have to take the wins when you get them, right? And if Hoyo is deciding to use African name and oh shit, are these girls about to drop? No, they're not. Solo leveling. And I don't know if you watched that, but things are about to eat up in solo leveling, Evelyn. I just got off of doing the Abyss. Wait a minute, do you do the Abyss in Genshin Impact? Did you? Were you an Abyss enjoyer? Well, this Abyss seems to be a lot more difficult than previous Abyss. I can now put the entire Ultra Kill OST in Cybergrind and add my own songs easier. You don't play Genshin, but when you did play Genshin, were you a Abyss sweater? Abyss sweater. Did you sweat Abyss? Not saying you were clothing made for warmth. That's terrifying. Elder woman suiting over Trump, huh? It's a fucking cult.
Going into a trance is risky for most people, so don't get any
Look
ideas.
like the price of our eggs are going up because no one fucking likes America. Like, America's basically become the parody. Like, everybody picture Americans are these obnoxious idiots who thinks they're better than everybody else when in fact they aren't. America has currently found itself. Why is this? This is unpopular? Like, this is one of the top posts. Unpopular. It's about freaking eggplants. Somebody went around and counted all the eggplants in all of Genshin Impact. Weird. I just counted eggplant for each nation. Oh my god. And this is one of the most popular posts in all of Reddit. The most popular post in all of Reddit. Beside the with this girl with crutches walking against corruption. Something about brotherly love, this underwater terrifying shark of statue, Trumpa. Calculator with buttons that no one ever uses. But we all need our TI-80 calculator. Me close Reddit, my fingers must remember we need to go back. Yeah, I love Reddit. I just did it till 411. Never saw for it as worth it. Okay, so somehow you over here willing to suffer in Ultra Kill, but when it comes to the better game, you're like, nope, DI metal, you might as well just put it, because that's why they mean to say this is a blood boiling. Charles was awarded the Medal of Honor in Vietnam after being wounded 3 times. Google its name and the entry below comes up when you click it. Change to include DEI medal. Man, Black Erasure is real. Undermine everything, man. These are black guys. Achievements don't count. 386 beers cut out with a laser to make this tunnel animation. 386 beers cut out.
The drinks keep flowing, and the Mora keeps rolling.
What's the end look? Oh, it's a. Insane. What is. What did. You literally just did that? They had like a billion stills? And then you scan it. And then you ride your bike like it. And the result is the beer. Wait a minute, Evelyn, are you still there? I have a test for you.
I've read almost every novel from Yai Publishing House. Pretty normal, right?
Damn, man, this sucks. Like, it's in the. 1 second. Oh man, this sucks. Huh? 1 second. Alright. Let me just make some adjustments. I have to set things up. Alright. Tell me if you notice anything.
This is an awareness test. How many passes does the team in white make?
Go!
The answer is 13. But did you see the moonwalking bear?
Did you see it? Oh, you saw the beer? Okay. Alright. I guess you weren't counting, you asshole. You failed. I remember I saw it like a couple of decades ago. I'm an asshole for being willing to divorce my wife because she became friends with the brother who bullied me my whole life. Oh my god. Yeah. You also did? Uh-huh. I don't know about that one. I don't know. Call him bullshit. After what she did. America's fucked. Steak? Like, I don't understand steak, man. Like, this does not look delicious to me at all. People are gonna say it looks nice. Maybe it's because I'm black. Black people do not like their steak to look red. It looks raw. Is it raw though? I can't tell with these people and their steak. Alright, what does steak look like? Let's see what the top of steak is like. That's rare, medium, well done. I like it well done. Wait a minute, top 4. All time, what is this top steak? Comment. Alright, so that's on that's basic. Prime strip. I like mine char. I like mine char too, man.
Going into a trance is risky for most people, so don't get any ideas.
Like, none of this look appetizing. Like, I've had steak, it just doesn't look appetizing. Like, this doesn't look appetizing either. This is this is too much. But I guess the difference is because the way black people do it is that we stew it. So while we don't have... so that's the reason why ours are different. Where is it?
I've read almost every novel from Yai Publishing House.
What's your name, brother? Ben.
Right?
Ben, where you from? Here. From here? And you...
Like, I'm trying to find something, man. Like, basically, I'm trying to find something that's not black people.
Where you from?
I'm from here. I'm from out here. Twilla.
Twilla?
Such a bunch of black guys feeding white guys food. I guess white guys wouldn't try it by themselves, right?
Go on then. So we're still in Leeds. We're on Tongue Road. You mean what?
Tongue Road. But yeah, the idea here is that oxtail falls off the bone. Delicious as fuck.
The drinks keep flowing, and the mora keeps rolling.
Basically, is oxtail. I've never had it before.
First time trying Jamaican food. Today we're in Jamaica Queens at Cascade Jerk. I started off with roasted pasta that got loaded with jerk pork and a good amount of sweet sauce and jerk sauce. Now that is one hell of a bite. That pasta is so creamy, and with the jerk pork, it bounces so well. Go with that jerk salmon now. Jerk sauce all over that salmon.
Yeah, Jamaican
salmon
jerk
is cooked
everything.
absolutely perfectly. Jerk chicken wings. Oh wow, this is beyond tender.
Yeah,
like,
it looks meta.
There goes my chicken wing. Point proven. It would not be right not to get the oxtail plate. Look at that oxtail. Tender, it's fatty. And who knew that an animal's tail would be so good? Munchies rate 9.1 out of 10. First time.
I'm telling you, man. Oxtail, like, Jamaican food peak. Cause so much flavor. When I look at this, I don't see it. It has a nice skin. But the inside, there's no anything in there. It doesn't look appetizing. Maybe, even with A1 sauce, I still don't find it appetizing. But if this is how well done steak is, I understand why no one wants it well done. Because to me, this is not well done. This is that's a boot. There's nothing. But I guess having some pink inside is the only way. Still not a fan though. So I'm just gonna stay away from the steak and get the chicken. So I don't feel ill. But even then, the chicken, I went to Gordon Ramsay's restaurant in Las Vegas. And frankly, it wasn't anything special. Like, it was nothing for me to be like, oh, that was a very good experience. Oh, like, memorable. The food was memorable.
Return to the skies.
Like, I've had way cheaper food that there is a lot more memorable than anything I've had from Gordon Ramsay. But we went to a few restaurants while we were in Vegas. And I think one of the better one wasn't so much because of the taste, but because of the value. Like, we ordered a platter of spaghetti and a bunch of food, but it was a different restaurant. It was I think Cormines. It was called Cormines. Cormines restaurant. I think it was called Cormines. Like, we just ordered there, right here. Las Vegas has a fake sky. We're inside a building, but for some reason Vegas decided, hey, let's put a fake sky in this area to replicate Italy. But there's also a water canal on this side. Oh, on the other side. Maybe YouTube will show it. But yeah, the only reason I mentioned this place because so much food. Like, you just had this massive platter of spaghetti, a bunch of wings, and then massive tables. So we kind of had that. What happened here? By the way, can you judge my characters? My current patch stat. Like, are you serious? What's your UID? After you just said you don't play Genshin Impact. I can't recall the last time I went to a restaurant. Near can I? Well, that's the only thing that's memorable. That was probably the last time and probably one of the first time in the past decade that I've went to a restaurant. So it's not exactly something I do often. And that was only because one of my friends were getting married. But nonetheless, what I was trying to say is that none of these foods really stand out to me. I still find Jamaican food a lot more pleasurable, a lot more comforting. I'm gonna be licking the plate of all this sauce. By today's standards, my god, man. I just don't understand how the Genshin grind or the Genshin obsession to clear content as hard as possible, hard content, bounce right off of you. Like, you weren't even like affected by it. You were just like, you know what? I'm gonna try hard in every other game except Genshin Impact. And then there's me over here who's sweating it, going, oh, I have to. The fuck? What is this? Like, you have bad rolls here, a god tier piece here, semi god tier here, and okay here. So this is bad, this is good-ish, this is amazing, this is good, this is good. You have the two husbandos. Remember the last time we talked about this? But yeah, so basically, does Colorant even use? I think she does normal and skill damage, but maybe her set is better. And then you have Final Deep. Your Goblet is freaking attack percent. Does she use electro damage? Attack percent again. Wait a minute. Hydra. Okay. I have to check to make sure you weren't putting attack percent on every character that it did not belong on. No crit rate, man. Nahida does do a little bit of damage, but then again, if you try and build triple EM, it'll be difficult. This is good. This is good. This is no crit rate, but he has no goblet. But this is amazing. This is amazing. This is not leveled. Oh, it is leveled. This is in garbage. I'm like, wait a minute. Why is the stats haven't moved? This is mid as hell, man. Then you just neglected all these characters. Yeah, Lenny though. Lenny's so good. Great, actually. This is really good. This is also really good. 28 for damage. This is bad. This is the problem with this though. Lenny doesn't react. You have so much EM rolls, huh? Well, you quit damage. Oh man, like Lenny doesn't do elemental, and then his weapon isn't leveled. Oh man, this is not good. This is not looking good. I'm getting concerned. I've gotten concerned. But yeah, the grind to get your characters geared will take forever. I can see why. And then you're not even leveling your characters to level 90. How could the guy that played, or person that played, Elden Ring 2,000 times, with 2 billion different builds, neglect Genshin Impact? What is going on here? I'm trying to wrap my head around the situation, but every time I think about it, I just get more confused. Now this, say no what, forget it. It's now worth trying to figure out this incomprehensible problem that I assume not even Einstein could figure out. How somebody could be immune to the addictive qualities of a Genshin Impact. But yeah, the Abyss here is quite difficult.
I've read almost every
Does
novel
anyone
from
still
Yaoi
play
Publishing
Eula in the
House.
Abyss? The answer is no.
Pretty normal, right?
I do. I do, despite what anyone says. I like her gameplay. I mean, despite, if you have Constellation, because a lot of these topics, they're like, oh my god, you use Eula in the thing? Oh yes, I do. But because I have a C6 Mika. Like, sure, if you have a premium team, you could use her. But if you don't, Eula's kind of garbage. What costs artifact? But that's the fun, man. Because when you get the god tier artifacts, you're able to then go on Akasha and say, oh look, I'm just a better player than you are. Then you get 1% of Ayaka, Venti, Tincto, Yelan, official. This is what separates the boys from the men. Is their ability to get these god tier artifacts. Because if everyone got the good artifacts down, we would all be the same. We'd all be top 100%. But now I get to take pride in that, because this is how it feels. Guess I'm my cap blocks long.
Here's to a life where the drinks keep flowing and the Mora keeps rolling.
Every Pokemon is someone's favorite for a wide variety of reasons. It could be strong,
This
cute,
person made an entire
really
video.
cool looking. No way! No way! Shiny Shaman! Oh my gosh!
Novel from Yaoi Publishing House.
No way! No way!
Right?
Oh my gosh! Wait! I need to scream. Oh my gosh! No way! I was gonna end this at 3,000 and take a break from it. Oh my gosh! Under odds too. Dude, I don't know what to do, man.
Well, I expected her to be more excited, to be quite honest, but the idea there, getting that artifact is like getting a shiny Pokemon. When you get the god tier artifact, that changes everything. is something that I am like, it's the only time I feel this way is after fight a difficult boss and after finding a shiny. About the card to give us.
Here's to a life where the drinks keep flowing and the Mora keeps rolling.
Forever miss. Isn't a story quest? It's a story quest. You didn't know? I haven't done that yet. My bad. I assume it's something goofy like that. It was because he's doing the event and like, wait a minute. There's a recent Genshin event that shows that there's actually you're playing D&D, but it's actually a story quest. And this person was having a panic. But yeah, this event really fractured the community. Do you think Genshin need more events like this? This person barely passed. All its things are level 20.
So don't get any ideas.
But anyway, I like buffs do more universal. That's the number one thing I agree with. This is what I agree with. The most of the buffs weren't they weren't universal at all. They're very restrictive in the buffs they gave. 6 nations in, what keeps you playing? Like, if I you to ask me what keeps you playing, I like the story. I love the world. And I love trying to get my character to top 1%. Because this is really what's keeping me logged in every single day. Is trying to get her. She's the last character right now. Of course, I'm gonna pull more characters, but the only character I care about on my account to get top 1% is her. Because, well, Nahida and Zhongli aren't top 1% here. They are. I do have builds for them that are top 1%. Like I have one here for him, where he's top 1%, and I have one here. It's just that I don't like using those builds. I much rather give them different builds, and unfortunately that knocks him down a few tiers. So this is the one I have in my account, and this is the one I have for
Here's to a life where the drinks keep flowing
other things.
and the Mora keeps rolling.
But yeah, this person caught a shiny Catherine. That's the last shiny Pokemon Catherine caught. An entire channel dedicated to suffering. Cause shiny, like Genshin, I just log in, right? And farm artifacts for like do like 4, 5, 6 runs a day. She's doing 3,000 runs, resets almost every day. I caught every shiny Eevee. Good lord. This girl thought Evelyn was about suffering. This person's about suffering as well. What kept me for the characters, since the land kind of missed with every character, my will to play disappeared. Oh my gosh. Whereas my will intensified? No, not really. What really kept me playing and engaging was the artifacts. Because the only reason I feel a bit burnt out, not burnt out, but bored right now is because the only character I have left that I care to have optimal gear on it is Mavuika. And that's just out of my control. I just have to log in, do my runs, log out. Play the events. The events I enjoyed. The first half of Mizuki, Yumi Miziki was very good.
Pretty normal.
I actually enjoyed her story quest, and I did in fact enjoy the what's it called? Inazuma story quest, because it brought back the lore from back in the days. It put the lady to rest, the Oni lady that was Raiden's friend. And then it highlighted a lot. I don't know the reason I even know the lore, because I know I think I came across the lore at some point back in the day, so I had an idea of what was going on. Because we know about, maybe you've mentioned about the bow or something, the Thunder Pulse. Yoimiya's bow, I remember, but the idea there is that I knew enough about the story to be able to appreciate what happened when Raiden fought the remnant of her dead Oni friend. Okay. I get Mortal Kombat.
Going into a
I know
trance is
nothing about
risky for
Inazuma
most
since a
people,
lot of the characters,
so don't get
but
any
I thought it
ideas.
was Natlin you hated. What's going on here? Don't tell me you hated everything. So you have any thoughts about the new husbando? Where is it? Oh, there's a DJ event?
What up, my dudes? The name's Aoife, a vet.
Oh yeah.
Here's to a life where the drinks
We
keep
got
flowing
in
and the
Natlin.
mora keeps rolling.
I wonder if Adventurine has the name. Cause he's a rock. Okay, he doesn't have the name. I can't find him with the hat though. Facing. Where is the hat? Do I have to just type in hat?
I've read almost every novel from Yai Publishing House. Pretty normal, right?
Is this the hat? I don't know. It looked like they just modded the hat on top of his head. He's kind of hot, though a hot design is really enough to draw me in. Damn. I thought that would have done it, man. I thought that would have been it, huh? People say they look alike.
Here's to a life where the drinks keep flowing.
Like
and
turquoise
the
and
mora
white.
keeps rolling.
Animal character. Very, very interesting character.
From the Flower Feather Clan.
Nothing gets the blood pumping like a contest to see which tribe's the strongest, huh?
Time for a real showdown. Form first.
Ianson.
Start the clock. Anyway, I'm sorry, but I gotta get some food in me.
A Tolly! Get ready to feast!
More, please.
Like this feels a lot more anime than usual.
Catch me if you can. If you can figure out which way to go, of course.
Easy.
Evil jerk of a mushroom! Let me show you instead. Here goes nothing. Look out below! Hero incoming! Ultimate flying kick!
What you missing out on, huh? Yeah.
Here's to a life where the
That's what's happening in Genshin.
and the mora
I feel mad about this. Are you serious? Oh man. Thought that would have done it. I thought you'd have been like, I deleted Ultra Kill. I'm downloading Genshin Impact right now. But I guess not. What is this? I want to go home. What happened? Did he get knocked in the sky or something? Oh, what happened? They can't get up there? I think there's a barrier around it, actually.
almost every
It
novel
seemed like
from
a
the
skill issue.
Publishing House. Pretty normal, right?
Okay, they got one. You didn't know they could just turn into Movika on their bike and get up there, right? Because what happens, they think they're trying to jump to get up there, not understanding they're out of stamina. They literally have no stamina. Are you trying to jump up there? Venti lost his wings. What does that mean? Okay, yeah, I see wings. So what the point? Tallboy can't fight Celestia.
Going into
Then
a
his
trance
wings
is risky
changed to
for
more
most
mechanical
people,
versions.
So don't get any ideas.
And then we see that his wing, or maybe he's got stronger wings that have features. Because even here, these aren't here. Well, his wings are still made of feather. Maybe his wings just got upgraded. As I said before, these didn't have these things. Well, so what's this person trying? Oh, what is going on here? Well, this is on his back, whereas this is on his shoulder.
Almost every novel from Yai Publishing House. Pretty normal, right?
Like this is a cape. I don't know what this is. I don't know who drew this, but it doesn't make any sense. If these are the two same images, why? Because this clearly has this, but he doesn't have this here. And this clearly goes from his shoulders into the wings. But from the back, actually no. These are capes. That's a cape. Everything else have it, but this could be the same thing because he has the same outfit. It's very likely this. These look like wings though. But maybe this is an artiste depiction of what he looks like when in actuality he has shoulder pads that turn into wings. Only if there was a lore person around to be able to have this discussion with, but unfortunately Evelyn the murder maid have committed one last crime, which is quitting Genshin Impact. I guess we all have to make bad decisions at some point, right? We all can't be perfect and keep playing the better game.
Here's to a life where the
It's alright. But I expect people to complain about the recent Abyss because it is a lot more difficult than anything else. A lot more pay to win.
fulfill our pact. Suffer the wrath of each light of the blazing sun.
Which artifact shall I get today? And I get nothing. You get nothing. Nothing, sir. Nada. But yeah, I'm over here just browsing, just trying to figure out what is going on. What's going on with Honkai Star Rail? I know Star Rail Nation is having a discussion about Castor Ice because awful. Man, every time you go here, it's always a bunch of NSFW stuff. What is hot? pulling regret. Basically Quantum, just like me. I have all these garbage characters. Do I regret Sealy? No, but I do regret Sparkle. Sparkle. Even if they did, they'll still better with Robin.
Exploration and trials.
Yeah, this is a big discussion about Sparkle being garbage. Oh man, us Sparkle owners got fucked. He was like, hey guys, yo, how about we root this critic garbage character? And then make a really nice song for her. And bait everyone into pulling her. So people are like, oh my, this guy's like, am I stupid if I don't? It's a girl too, right? Space speech. So am I stupid if I don't post Kirby right now?
Many
Robin and
insects have a
Sparkle,
compulsion
skip
to follow
Sunday,
the light,
skip Tribby,
and
skip
humans are the
Runway.
same. Except we
Has
call that
destruction.
light hope.
Yin Lee has what's her name? Has Akron, has Fugue, has that. So I guess these are so these Akron, just this person pulled the Emanator and Yun Li. Akron doesn't care about anyone and well yes. Yeah, they don't really need her. They don't need her. If I pull she has to get away so alongside my Sparkle. Oh man. Alongside my Sparkle. Man, Sparkle just got fucked. Oh, whoa, that person is E2. Fascinating. That lady got E2. Never knew people did that. Clear that because the account I was assuming was free to play. Because there's so few characters. That I'm like, must be free to play, but it turns out nope. It's a little sweaty.
You know it's gonna be a good day when you get some Freddy's. How you doing? This is just a legendary spread right here. Cheese curds, 5 chicken tenders, jalapeno pepper jack double, spicy chicken sandwich with grilled onions, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno fry sauce, loaded ass hot dog, and then we got their turtle milkshake. That is most definitely got some spice. Whoa! I'd like it a lot more if it was very crispy like Popeye's chicken sandwich. I do mostly like everything, so I will say they're not crazy good. They're just good enough. Tender in their famous fry sauce. It's looking
Instead
sexy.
of confining themselves to the heavens,
I just want to strip
God should
down,
broaden
slather
their
this fry
horizons
sauce
in
all
the
over my
world
body,
below.
and run across a Wendy's parking lot, just so I can promote how good this sauce is.
Okay, that's quite descriptive. Oh, so this person has Firefly, but no Ruan Mei. Interesting. We're still a discussion about Castries.
many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light
Oh, it's
hope.
Castries main. I thought it was and you're doom posting her heart too. Most of the topic is very. Although the topic is getting upvoted, it's still pretty. The Castries main is Doom posting Castries. I've never seen that before. Reddit, like usually the mains are the most diehard fans. Like you come in here negative, they will attack you. They will bite your junk off. They'll be like, you mother bitch. How dare you? How dare you
Instead
slander
of confining themselves to
Casteries?
the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
This has so much interactions. But yeah, I don't feel the hurt is that strong. But whatever, who am I? I'm just a random guy on the internet with an internet connection. That's what I love about Genshin. You have ladies even getting involved in this discourse. This testosterone fest of my DPS is stronger than your DPS. Trying to add some nuance to this discussion. Because I know girls hate ZZZ. A lot of the ladies do not appreciate ZZZ. Not so much the game, like they're somewhat okay with the Gooner stuff, but they're definitely not okay with how the community interacts with the Gooner stuff. Like they're way too into that, and doesn't really leave them much space for anything else to appreciate about the game besides, oh my god, the newest character's boob and ass are big. Oh, look at this crazy scene that's super sexualized.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Interesting. But yeah, it's a lot of
Exploration and trials.
really
Adventuring
deep
is right up
and
my alley.
conversation going on right now about this. So what's going on here?
When I was a kid, I used to make up my own Pokemon, but I watch the videos but aren't actually subscribed, and if you combine Steel and Fairy, you get a Pokemon with nearly unbreakable defenses and reliable offenses. Thankfully, this type combination does have a weakness. Neither Fairy or Steel types can hit opposing Steel type Pokemon. Now is probably a good time to talk about Zacian's moves. Zacian has some amazing Steel and Fairy type moves that we're going to talk about in a second, but that's to be expected because it's, you know, a Steel and Fairy type Pokemon. What's more surprising is the fact that Zacian learns an incredible fighting type move called Sacred Sword. This move is not only quite strong and has no drawback, it also ignores any defense boosts on the target. A very relevant boon when considering that one of the most popular Dynamax moves raises the defense stat of both of your Pokemon. Arguably more important than the secondary effect though is the typing. With this incredible fighting type move, Zacian is now able to hit opposing Steel types for super effective damage. And opposing Steel type Pokemon was like one of the only weaknesses of Zacian's stellar type combination. Now it is worth mentioning that neither Steel or Fairy can hit opposing Fire type Pokemon too, and fighting doesn't help in this case. But many of you have probably already realized why this isn't actually that helpful. The best Fire type Pokemon, the best non-restricted Pokemon, the best supporting Pokemon, the most used Pokemon at the World Championships, the best Pokemon of all time, it's all Incineroar. And Incineroar, as a Fire and Dark type Pokemon,
It seems
is weak
kinda
to
crazy.
fighting. So
I don't
Zacian
really
not
get it.
only has arguably the single best type combination in the game with tons of resistances, 2 immunities, and limited weaknesses, but its move pool also covers for the only true downside of its typing. But Sacred Sword isn't even the only broken move that Zacian gets. Zacian's primary fairy attack, Play Rough, is a strong move with a chance of lowering the target's attack stat. This move is good, but I wouldn't call it
10%?
broken because it misses 10% of the time.
That's
Now, 10%
devastating.
doesn't sound like a lot, but
It
when the
does.
Pokemon are this
Adds
strong,
up.
missing a single move can have devastating consequences. Most Pokemon battles in the official format don't last much longer than 10 turns, so having a single one of those turns be a swing and a miss is a pretty big deal. Play Rough isn't broken, but it also doesn't really need to be because it's not the move that Zacian's going to be using most of the time. That instead is Behemoth Blade, Zacian's signature move. This is an exceptionally powerful steel type move that never misses. Normally moves this strong have some kind of drawback, but because Zacian is a legendary Pokemon on the cover of a game, we can give it a pass. Of course, what really makes Behemoth Blade scary isn't actually the power of the move, it's the secondary effect. Behemoth Blade does double damage
But there's
to
no
all
Dynamax anymore?
Dynamax and Gigantamax Pokemon. For anyone
that
unfamiliar,
exist
Dynamax would double your Pokemon's HP and power up all of their moves, giving them both a defensive and an offensive buff. But that defensive buff is effectively ignored by Zacian because the double HP is canceled out by Behemoth Blade doing double damage. If you didn't play during Sword and Shield and you're wondering how big of a deal this is, a very big deal. Dynamax was the main mechanic of competitive battles, so much so that a lot of matches were determined by who got more value out of their Dynamax. So having a Pokemon that could get rid of your Dynamax Pokemon twice as quickly ended up being pretty absurd. Of course, Zacian dealing double damage to Dynamax Pokemon is only a big deal if the damage it's doing is actually impressive. The other main legendary from Sword and Shield, Zamazenta, gets effectively the same move, it just has a slightly different name. But because
What's
Zamazenta isn't actually a very powerful Pokemon,
Yeah.
it didn't see any play during Sword and Shield. Let's talk about Zacian's stats. Okay, these are good, but they look manageable. It's pretty fast and pretty tanky, but the attack isn't that high. I mean, like for a legendary Pokemon, so I guess maybe it'll be okay actually.
Evolve, though.
Whew, that was close. What's that? This is Zacian's base form? Oh my god, what are the actual stats? Bleh. Okay, so turns out that Zacian actually has 2 forms, the fake form and the crowned form. In order to access its much stronger crowned form,
the
all
item?
Zacian has to do is hold a special item called the Rusted Sword. This increases its base stats by a ton, making it both faster and much stronger, in addition to giving it the steel typing. And if you're wondering how good Zacian's new stats are, maybe the best of any Pokemon ever? Zacian is the second fastest restricted Pokemon, only behind the newly added Calyrex Shadow, meaning in most matchups, it's gonna have an advantage. It's so much faster though, that it doesn't even need to be trained to be as fast as possible. Instead, you can make it even stronger or much tankier and still have it be moving first most of the time. But not only is it fast, it's got really good bulk. It's naturally as bulky as at least half of the restricted legendaries, a rather bulky group of Pokemon if I do say so myself, which is even a bigger deal when you consider that Zacian's defensive typing is phenomenal and it resists or is immune to like way more types than the average Pokemon. And then there's the attack stat. Zacian's attack stat is the second highest in the entire game, only behind Kartana, a Pokemon with much weaker moves and significantly worse defenses. Factoring in Zacian's stronger moves, it is the single strongest Pokemon in the game. In fact, it's only barely weaker than Pokemon not present in
So I
Sword
know
and
when
Shield,
uses it,
like
though?
Primal Groudon and Mega Rayquaza. But that's not factoring in Zacian's ability. Zacian's ability, Intrepid Sword, gives it an attack boost every single time it hits the field. And an attack boost is the equivalent of raising a Pokemon's attack stat by 50%. In other words, Zacian, the strongest Pokemon in the game already, a Pokemon already almost as strong as Primal Groudon and Mega Rayquaza, is 50% stronger than what its attack stat would lead you to believe. So maybe now you can see how Zacian ended up on 2/3 of all the teams at the World Championships. It's insane to me that they made a Pokemon this strong and gave it the ability to just delete Dynamax Pokemon when Dynamax was the primary defensive tool out of these games. It's like, hey, if there's a really strong Pokemon that keeps knocking your Pokemon out, just Dynamax to survive it. Unless, of course, the Pokemon you're having trouble with just happens to be the strongest Pokemon in the game. In that case, Tough luck. Anyway, to the surprise of nobody, Zacian won the 2022 Pokemon World Championships. And just last year, Zacian became legal for the second time ever, this time in Scarlet and Violet. But unlike the last time, this new format only allowed a single restricted Pokemon. So, of the over 100 players that made it to the second day of competition at this year's World Championships, only 2 of them used Zacian? What happened to the most powerful Pokemon ever made? They nerfed it. Hard. Zacian received not 1, not 2, but 3 major nerfs, and they worked. It was clear that Zacian was overpowered and needed to be brought back down to earth, especially going into a new generation when it didn't need to sell copies of Sword anymore. Not that we should take these nerfs for granted. Remember, Zacian was only the second most used Pokemon in the entire tournament. Incineroar, the most used, received buffs going into Scarlet and Violet. Thanks, Game Freak. So how exactly was Zacian nerfed? Well, the easiest nerf to understand is that Behemoth Blade no longer has a secondary effect because Dynamax Pokemon are not present in Scarlet and Violet. What made this move so broken was the double damage to Dynamax Pokemon, and without Dynamax Pokemon around, it's just a regular old consistent and strong, yes, but just a damaging move. Zamazenta, who ended up way overtaking Zacian in usage, actually most of the time would just use Heavy Slam instead of Behemoth Bash in Scarlet and Violet, which I think is really funny. This is because Heavy Slam was actually just doing more damage on average because the big shield that Zamazenta wears is really, really heavy. It's not that Behemoth Blade is bad now, but comparing it to the signature moves of Calyrex Shadow, Miraidon, Kyogre, or Mega Rayquaza suddenly just doesn't look quite so impressive. Zacian also received a Rayquaza, suddenly just doesn't look now, but comparing it to the signature moves of Calyrex Shadow.
This user attacks by sending a small go. Oh well, it's 120 base.
Shadow, Miraidon.
Boosted more than usually. Super effective hit. Huh?
On Kyogre or
this is horrible. What is this? User poses. But here's an 85%. Come on, let's go.
Mega Rayquaza.
This is broken as fuck though. Oh, but he lowers his stats after using. But odds are most things are dead.
Suddenly just doesn't look quite so impressive. Zacian also received a pretty major nerf to its stats, losing 20 points out of its attack. 20 points is a massive amount, but for Zacian, it's actually even more. Remember how Zacian's ability gives it a +1 boost to its attack, making it effectively 50% stronger? Well, that's a percentage increase, so lowering Zacian's base attack means that boost is giving less stat points as well. Put another way, in Sword and Shield, max attack Zacian with an attack boost had a whopping 111 more attack points than max attack Mega Rayquaza. In Scarlet and Violet, that's down to 78. But that's only with the boost. And while Zacian had an attack boost most of the time in Sword and Shield, that's not the case for Scarlet and Violet, because the third and arguably most impactful nerf to Zacian came from its ability being changed. Instead of activating every single time Zacian switches in, like it did in Sword and Shield, now Zacian's ability will only activate once per battle, the first time it hits the field. And this is a pretty big deal because of a specific ability familiar to viewers of this channel. It's called Intimidate, and it lowers the attack stats of both your opponent's Pokemon every time the user switches in. This is one of the best abilities in the game, and also the ability of the best Pokemon ever made, Incineroar. Incineroar is the most used Pokemon in the game for most points of most competitive rule sets where it's allowed. And whereas in Sword and Shield, if Zacian's attack ever got dropped, it could just switch out and then come back in again later. In Scarlet and Violet, losing the boost is permanent. Just like that Game Boy game I lost on a car ride when I was 10, it's not coming back. Now, these were all the nerfs that Zacian received on paper, but there's actually something else interesting going on here, and it has to do with an economic term. It's called opportunity cost. I can't believe I'm like actually using my econ degree. This is crazy. I never thought this day would come. Opportunity cost is a concept that basically describes how choosing one thing means you can't choose something else. Like if you eat sushi for dinner, you can't then eat a hamburger. The opportunity cost in this case is the happiness that eating that hamburger would have given you. So what does this have to do with Zacian, who can't eat anything because it has mouth full of sword? Well, remember how in order for Zacian to reach his full potential, it has to hold the rusted sword item. This wasn't that big a deal in Sword and Shield because the opportunity cost of Zacian holding another item wasn't actually that big. The next best items that Zacian could have held were like Life Orb, maybe Choice Band, maybe like Safety Goggles or Lumberry, but none of these items would have been really that high impact, and the benefits that the rusted sword gave were so ridiculous that you never really felt bad that you couldn't use another item. But in Scarlet and Violet, that same sword is giving 20 less attack points, and the attack boost only activates once per battle, meaning its value is actually a fair bit less. And before some wise guy in the comments types out like, oh, actually, Zacian still gets the attack boost even without the sword. I know, okay, I know it gets the attack boost without the sword, but without the sword, Zacian just sucks overall, so it's a simplification I'm willing to make, okay? Is that all right, Terrence? We're good to move on? Okay, anyway, Zacian's sword is a fair bit shorter in Scarlet and Violet, but the real issue with it is the fact that this time there's an item that Zacian would much rather have in its crown form. A new item added it in Scarlet and Violet, the Clear Amulet. This item prevents opposing Pokemon from lowering the user's stats, and it is very, very good. It is so good, in fact, that literally every single physical attacking restricted Pokemon would use it as their primary held item to prevent Incineroar from slowing them down, with the exception of Zamazenta, whose offensive stat is its defense stat and therefore doesn't care about Intimidate. So this time around, the opportunity cost of the Rusted Sword item is actually much, much higher because there's another item that Zacian would prefer to have if it could just hold it. Consequently, this also makes the opportunity cost of using Zacian as your restricted Pokemon much higher as well. Remember, in the most recent format, players were only allowed to use a single restricted Pokemon. If you chose Zacian as your restricted over literally every other good restricted Pokemon, that meant the Pokemon intended to be the star of your team would be fighting an uphill battle against what was likely going to be the most used Pokemon in most tournaments. And for what? Zacian isn't dealing double damage to Dynamax Pokemon anymore, and its stats honestly aren't even that ridiculous compared to the other Pokemon in play. Its ability is much less impactful and frankly much worse than Pokemon like Miraidon or Calyrex, and its signature move is so much less impressive than Astro Barrage, Glacial Lance, or Terra Star Storm.
Alright, dude, I get it. Zacian stuck.
If you haven't played a Pokemon game in a while and somebody asked you what you thought the best Pokemon of all time was, you'd probably say something like Mewtwo. If you've played a decent amount of Pokemon over the last 2 decades, you might say something like Groudon or Kyogre. If you consider yourself more than a casual fan, you'd probably answer something like Mega Rayquaza or Zacian. But if you've played a ton of Pokemon, you'd know the answer is obvious because it isn't really even up for debate. The best Pokemon ever is Incineroar. Some of you may be confused. Incineroar? The starter from Alola? The Smash Bros. Ultimate character? The thing that haunts my nightmares? Yes, the thing is, what makes Incineroar the best Pokemon ever isn't immediately obvious. It doesn't have stats that make Mewtwo look like Flittle. It doesn't have some stupid signature ability. It doesn't have a move that made me throw up the first time I saw it, or any one utterly broken tool that makes it game-breaking. How could it possibly be stronger than all-time great Pokemon like Kyogre, Mega Rayquaza, or Screamtail? Huh, that's a really good list. I bet whoever made it is like super good looking. Well, to understand what makes Incineroar so strong, we have to get our hands dirty. For the full picture, it's going to take some digging. Today, I want to talk about why Incineroar is the best Pokemon ever made. To do this, we need to start at the beginning. Not the beginning of Pokemon, but the beginning of our nightmare. In Generation 7, with the release of Pokemon Sun and Moon. But Incineroar's introduction to the world of competitive Pokemon was lackluster. In fact, despite the first year of Sun and Moon using a rule set of legal Pokemon that was very limited, allowing for a lot of creativity in Pokemon selection, Incineroar's usage was below 1%. Now, I know what you're thinking. How could a Pokemon that performed so badly in its debut season possibly be the greatest Pokemon of all time? Wouldn't it be nice if that had been true? The thing is, when Incineroar was first released, it was missing something very important. But we'll get to that in a little bit. In the first year of Sun and Moon, there was basically no reason to use Incineroar because there was a better fire-type Pokemon, Arcanine. What made Arcanine so good was in large part its access to the ability Intimidate, one of the best competitive abilities of all time. The combination of Intimidate and good stats with Fire's great defensive typing would allow Arcanine to become the #1 most used Pokemon at the time. But this blissful period, okay, Sun and Moon weren't exactly blissful with Z-moves KOing Pokemon through Protect, but this relatively blissful period wouldn't last long. The cat couldn't be contained by a cage, and in early 2018, Pokemon made the biggest mistake of the entire franchise, bigger even than putting this tree in Sword and Shield. They gave Incineroar Intimidate. This might not sound like a very big deal. It's not like Incineroar got a mega evolution or a new form. It just got access to an ability that isn't even all that rare. You can probably think of a couple pretty infamous Intimidate users right now. But unfortunately, even though it might not sound too imposing, this one change would forever alter the course of competitive Pokemon. Like I said, Intimidate is arguably the best ability in the game. There's a couple reasons why. First, in Pokemon, almost all damaging moves are either physical attacks or special attacks. And typically, the balance between them is about 50-50. Intimidate lowers the physical attack of both opponents every time the user hits the field. After just a single Intimidate, a Pokemon's physical attack stat is 2/3 of its starting value. After a second Intimidate, that's down to 50%. And these stat drops stick around until you switch your Pokemon out, making them extremely annoying. So Incineroar went from a Pokemon that basically didn't have an ability to a Pokemon with one of the best abilities in the entire game. And in doing so, all of the latent tools in Incineroar's kit were suddenly activated.
Incineroar's so stupid. I bet 6 Incineroar could beat any team. Maybe 5 Incineroar. I should remake that Lions video.
Intimidate is extremely strong, but not strong enough to let just any Intimidate Pokemon give me nightmares. Intimidate is on other Pokemon that nobody wants to use, like Masquerain, Mightyena, Granbull. Okay, I might have tried some of these at one point or another, but normal people wouldn't be interested in using them. What I'm trying to say is that there's less Intimidate Pokemon that have been used than Intimidate Pokemon that haven't. So what makes some of these Pokemon better than others? And what makes Incineroar the best of them all? Well, when it comes to Intimidate, the ability becomes much more valuable the more often you're able to activate it during a battle. For a Pokemon like Mightyena, its base stats aren't high enough to allow it to repeatedly switch in without taking massive amounts of damage, even with Intimidate helping out. A Pokemon like Masquerain is slightly tankier, but has many more weaknesses, meaning it's still a liability to switch in. Gyarados, on the other hand, has good defenses and only 2 weaknesses, and Arcanine is even tankier. So at least part of our answer has to do with how easy it is to switch in the Intimidate user. That's mostly a combination of a Pokemon's base stats and its typing. The better your Pokemon is defensively, the more frequently you can activate Intimidate during a battle. Remember how Arcanine was the #1 most used Pokemon in Sun and Moon's first competitive format, in large part due to its access to Intimidate? Well, why don't we compare the stats of Arcanine and Incineroar? When it comes to bulk, Incineroar is strictly better. With 5 more HP, 10 more defense, and 10 more special defense, Incineroar has a meaningful advantage over Arcanine. In fact, Incineroar also has a higher attack stat. The only relevant stat where Arcanine has an advantage is its higher speed stat, but Incineroar's lower speed stat is actually more useful
dude, leave some for the rest of us.
Ahead of myself. Let's take a step back and think about what we're seeing here. Incineroar has strictly better stats than the #1 most used Pokemon in the format. Better than #1. And it has the exact same ability that enabled Arcanine to take the spotlight. Beginning to see why this might be a problem? Okay, but let's calm down. There is a key difference between Arcanine and Incineroar.
Fire, dark,
Their typing is not the same. While Arcanine is a pure fire type Pokemon, Incineroar is both fire and dark. Surely having this extra type hurts more than it helps, right? Wrong. Incineroar's typing is pretty much a strict upgrade compared to Arcanine's. Both Arcanine and Incineroar are weak to rock, water, and ground attacks, but Incineroar is also weak to fighting moves. Being a dark type, however, has several benefits in exchange for this one additional weakness. First, Incineroar gains resistances to dark and ghost, with ghost being an especially difficult type to resist. This puts Incineroar's total resistances and immunities at 7, a stupidly high number for a non-steel type Pokemon. Second, Incineroar gains an immunity to psychic attacks. Immunities are incredibly valuable in competitive Pokemon, as they're one of the only ways to completely negate damage. And this was especially valuable in Sun and Moon because of the powerful psychic type Pokemon running around. Tapu Lele set up the psychic terrain with its ability and could output enormous amounts of damage. And the Pokemon Company then unleashed Ultra Necrozma, who had access to the signature Z move, Light That Burns My Eyes, a move with a whopping 200 base power. Incineroar being immune to these ridiculous ridiculously strong attacks is just another absurd accomplishment on its resume. Being part dark type has other benefits as well. Most notably, dark type Pokemon are immune to attacks affected by the ability Prankster. Prankster is another of the best abilities in the game, and some of the most famous Pokemon in history make use of this powerful ability that gives non-damaging moves priority. Because the ability is so good, going into Sun and Moon, it was nerfed to no longer work on Dark-type Pokemon. As a slight aside, because it's so cool, in the finals of the 2017 World Championships, a player used this mechanic change to completely block an opponent's Z move. Whimsicott was using the move Nature Power, a move that is classified as a non-damaging move because it transforms into a different move depending on where the player is and what effects are present on the battlefield. The reason Whimsicott used this move is because it was paired with both Tapu Fini and Tapu Koko, with Nature Power transforming into Moonblast if Misty Terrain was up, and Thunderbolt if Electric Terrain was up. And both Z moves could be accessed by holding the Normalium Z Crystal, because Nature Power is a normal move until it transforms. In other words, Whimsicott could use both Fairy and Electric Z moves by using Nature Power. In Game 3 of the finals of the World Championships, Whimsicott was staring down a Garchomp and saw an opportunity to take a KO by switching in Tapu Fini and launching the Z move for a surprise knockout. But the opponent predicted this and switched Garchomp into Mandibuzz, a Pokemon also weak to Fairy. But because Nature Power is a non-damaging move, it gets affected by Prankster and turns into a priority move, which is great, unless your opponent is a dark type like Mandibuzz, because in that case, you will completely waste your once per battle Z move while also doing no damage. Anyway, as you can see, being immune to dark type moves can make or break a battle, but there is a drawback to being a dark type. Incineroar gains another weakness to fighting. And of course, having more weaknesses is a bad thing, but not all weaknesses are created equally. Some types are just strictly better than others. You'd pretty much always rather be weak to Bug than to Fairy, for example. And while fighting type moves are always present in competitive Pokemon, they're rarely among the most common. And there's another reason why Incineroar's fighting weakness isn't actually that big of a deal. Nearly every relevant fighting type Pokemon is a physical attacker. This is partially because of how their stats are distributed, and partially because physical fighting type moves are far and away superior to special fighting type moves. And the reason these moves being physical is such a big deal is because of Intimidate. While taking a super effective attack means you're taking 2 times as much damage, if that attack is physical and has been reduced by Intimidate, you're effectively only taking 33% more damage. A much more manageable multiplier. And this doesn't just apply to Incineroar's fighting weakness, it's true of rock and ground type moves as well. While there are more special ground and rock type moves than fighting, the vast majority of times we see these types in competitive Pokemon, they're on physical attackers. So hitting Incineroar for actual meaningful super effective damage is a lot more difficult than it looks at first glance. The messed up thing is that Fire and Dark is such a good type combination, even not factoring in Intimidate. When I ranked every single type combination in the game, I put it at number 13 out of over 150. The fact that Intimidate just so happens to synergize incredibly well with it is just a fun little bonus. Today's video is sponsored by Honkai Impact 3rd. It's a sci-fi adventure game developed sponsoring this video. Of course, being able to switch in and intimidate down your opponent without taking too much damage isn't the only thing that makes a Pokemon good. They need to be able to actually contribute to the battle after switching in, so they're not just dead weight. The easiest way to contribute to a battle is to deal damage. It's not rocket science. But Incineroar is a support Pokemon, so you'd think that doing damage wouldn't be its forte. And if you did think that, you'd be kind of right. Incineroar rarely looks like it's doing a Zacian impression. It's not going to be the Pokemon sweeping through your opponent's team. However, most support Pokemon really struggle to do damage, often because Pokemon that are bulkier tend to have worse offensive stats. Pokemon like Cresselia, Amoonguss, Whimsicott, Indeedee, Porygon 2, and more, at best are able to gradually chip down their opponents, contributing a little damage over time if you ignore them for too long. Incineroar, however, is built different. With an attack stat higher than Arcanine's, it's not a Pokemon you can afford to ignore. And with its fire-type move Flare Blitz's huge base power, Incineroar is capable of KOing many frail Pokemon in 2 hits, even without super effective damage. And that's not to mention that Flare Blitz also has a chance to burn. Isn't that fun? And if you can even believe it, Flare Blitz is the least problematic of Incineroar's moves. Incineroar also
Dark
gets
Lariat.
a signature dark type move called Darkest Lariat. Because yeah, why not give it a
Ignores
signature move?
change to target's
Darkest
defense,
Lariat was used occasionally as it ignores defense boosts, but it wasn't normally Incineroar's dark type move of choice.
Okay, I
That
return
honor
after
instead
feast.
goes to Knockoff. This 65
yeah.
base power move not only removes the item of any Pokemon it hits, it also becomes 50% stronger if the target is holding an item. After the damage boost, Knockoff is comparable in power to strong moves like Stone Edge, except instead of, you know, missing 20% of the time, it instead removes the item of whatever it hits. Knockoff means even in the situations where Incineroar isn't immediately threatening a ton of damage, it can still be a complete nuisance if you think you can ignore it. But Knockoff also isn't Incineroar's most problematic move.
Shot, huh?
Now we get to talk about one of the best supporting moves of all time, Fake Out. Fake Out is a move with enough increased priority that it goes before almost all standard moves, and if it hits a target, it causes them to flinch, being unable to act for the turn. The catch is that Fake Out only works on the first turn after a Pokemon switches in. Fake Out is so strong because it allows players to control the pace of the battle. With Fake Out, you can use your partner to attack into a Pokemon that can't protect, or to buy yourself a turn to save a Pokemon that was under a lot of pressure. You can use it to temporarily invalidate a threat to let one of your other Pokemon set up. And you can even use the threat of Fake Out to scare your opponent into protecting, letting you switch out for free. You'll never be upset to have Fake Out on your team since it offers such high value and is useful in virtually every matchup. Not to mention that Fake Out is one way for Incineroar to not be bothered by its lower speed stat, since it has such high priority. But the really cool thing is that Fake Out synergizes so well with Intimidate. Since Intimidate and Fake Out both become active whenever Incineroar is switched in. As long as you can switch Incineroar out safely, you'll be able to access both Fake Out and Intimidate multiple times per battle. Gee, it sure would be funny if Incineroar got some kind of, I don't know, specialized tool to let it switch out easier, huh? Wouldn't that just be swell, huh? It's finally time to talk about the stupidest move that they gave to Incineroar, U-Turn. This bug type move does a little damage and then lets the user switch out. Even with every other thing the Pokemon Company gave to Incineroar, it still might have been manageable if they just hadn't given it U-Turn. It's not that U-Turn is some absurd damaging tool. It's weaker than Incineroar's other moves, and Bug isn't exactly a good type. What makes U-Turn so broken is the ability to switch out after you hit something with it. Doing a little damage and switching out doesn't sound very exciting at first glance. After all, every Pokemon can switch out. But there is a key distinction here. U-Turn lets you switch out after you attack. Normally, switching is one of the riskiest things you can do in a Pokemon battle. You're sacrificing your ability to do damage for the turn and bringing in a Pokemon who is completely vulnerable, unable to attack or protect. A bad switch can lose you the game if you let a key Pokemon take too much damage. The trade-off is that switching allows you to save a Pokemon currently in danger and bring out a Pokemon with a better matchup. Overall, I'd say it's a really well-balanced mechanic, but Incineroar completely breaks it. Thanks to its low speed stat, Incineroar is able to move after your opponent has already attacked for the turn. And with U-Turn, it's able to bring in one of your other Pokemon after your opponent has already attacked. This completely mitigates the drawback of switching in one of your Pokemon and allows Incineroar to switch itself out, resetting both Intimidate and Fake Out. This one inclusion in its move pool takes Incineroar from one of the best support Pokemon of all time to the very best. Everything in its kit synergizes so well together, and it has no obvious weaknesses. Incineroar was so good once it got Intimidate that it literally killed off one of the best Pokemon of all time, Landorus Therian. Just like Incineroar, Landorus gets access to Intimidate and U-Turn, but unlike Incineroar, it's better utilized as an offensive Pokemon. Because of this, Landorus has a much harder time making use of U-Turn as a defensive tool, using it instead as an offensive move to do damage to grass and psychic type Pokemon who can give it trouble otherwise. Ever since Incineroar's hit its stride, Landorus usage has plummeted, and Landorus has never won a world championships while Incineroar has been legal. So now that you know what makes Incineroar so strong, let's go back to 2018 when Intimidate Incineroar was first introduced. At this point, players hadn't yet realized how good Incineroar was, and in part due to Landorus being a great Z-move user while Incineroar was mediocre with the mechanic, at the World Championships that year, Incineroar was second in usage to Landorus. However, despite being present on fewer teams than Landorus, Incineroar took every spot in the top 4 finishers, while Landorus was only present on 2 of those teams. Of course, Incineroar's great performance this year would be laughable compared to the utter domination it would show in 2019. The next year's format was the final format of Sun and Moon, and it featured a different rule set than 2018. The rule set is known as a restricted format, which means that players are allowed to use 2 super powerful Pokemon on their teams. Now, you might expect Incineroar to do worse in a restricted format. After all, Pokemon like Groudon and Kyogre can much more easily deal damage to Incineroar, with Kyogre being one of the only Pokemon that can KO it in one hit. But here's the thing. The stronger the Pokemon are, the more valuable Intimidate is, the more valuable Fake Out is, and the more valuable being able to switch in one of your super powerful Pokemon for free is. Incineroar very quickly became the king. At the 2019 World Championships, Incineroar was present on over 83% of teams, the single highest usage of any Pokemon in the history of the game by a long shot. In 2018, Landorus T was used on 61% of teams as the most used Pokemon in the tournament. For comparison, this kind of usage indicates that Incineroar wasn't just good, it wasn't even just great. It was nearly mandatory on every team at the top level. Its ability to do so many different things at once, combined with various tools against the super strong restricted Pokemon, meant you needed to have a really good reason to leave it off your team, a reason only a handful of players found. Oh yeah, we haven't even talked about how its dark typing this year was a total game changer, giving it a great matchup against new restricted Pokemon, Lunala, Solgaleo, and Ultra Necrozma. One thing that makes Incineroar so hard to deal with is the fact that it's a support Pokemon. When an offensive Pokemon is dominating tournaments, players can invest in more niche Pokemon that happen to have a good matchup against it, such as Bronzong to slow down Xerneas. The idea is, as long as your Pokemon is decent enough, if your opponent brings the threatening offensive Pokemon to the battle, they'll need to deal with your counter. And if they leave it behind, then they've just given up a lot of their offense and one of their more threatening tools. It's not like there isn't counterplay to Incineroar. Pokemon like Competitive Milotic and Defiant Bisharp saw play in some formats. But the problem was, nobody was relying on Incineroar for damage. They could afford to leave it behind if the opponent prepared too much for it, or keep it off the field until the threats were neutralized. Plus, these Pokemon that match up well into Incineroar tended to have a harder time when they weren't boosted by it, making them a liability at times. Ultimately, all the power was in the hands of the Incineroar player. But after Incineroar's dominance at the 2019 World Championships, there was at last a ray of hope. After 2 years being beaten down by Incineroar, players could see salvation. Sword and Shield. Pokemon doesn't get balance patches. Unlike games like Teamfight Tactics, which receive a balance patch every 2 weeks, or an emergency patch when something is really out of line, thank you Mort Dog, Pokemon at best receives balancing changes every 3 years when a new generation comes out. This was the light at the end of the tunnel. Surely the Pokemon Company would see how insanely broken Incineroar was and nerf it in some way. Finally, we could find peace. They buffed it? They gave it one of the single largest buffs any Pokemon has ever received in the entire history of the game? Remember how we talked about how strong U-turn was? Well, the good news is that it's now mostly obsolete. The bad news is that that's because they gave Incineroar an upgraded version of it called Parting Shot. This move is just like U-turn in that it switches the user out after it connects. However, unlike U-turn, which does a little damage, Parting Shot lowers both the attack and the special attack of whatever.
I'm just watching Wolfie talk about Pokemon and why Incinerator is using every single goddamn team. So let's try to figure out the the science behind this game. Because I watch Pokemon VCG when it shows up. There's probably one going on right now. I know they're doing a bunch of tournaments every weekend. So I was just trying to figure out. And you seem like Wolfie is the #1 guy when it comes to this type of stuff. Why is Incinerator
ever
so
hits. That's
goddamn
right, Incineroar
broken?
can now double down on physical attackers and weaken special attackers, the only class of
Gen
Pokemon
6?
it couldn't weaken before.
Yeah, the
Thanks,
last one I played
Pikachu,
was Sword and Shield.
there was an attempt at balancing Incineroar. Certain old abilities were reworked to be immune to Intimidate, and Fake Out didn't work on Dynamax Pokemon because they couldn't flinch. But the Pokemon who had these reworked abilities were across the board pretty mediocre, and the ability to weaken the Dynamax Pokemon's offenses with Intimidate and Parting Shot more than made up for the inability to flinch. We can't say too much about Incineroar's performance during the first 2 years of Pokemon Sword and Shield, as due to the pandemic, in-person major events were cancelled. What we can say though is that of the 4 online events the Pokemon Company held to replace in-person events, called the Players Cup 1 through 4, Incineroar won all 4. Every single one. Okay, to be fair, one of those was my fault, so yeah, my bad. But in 2022, in-person tournaments returned again with another restricted format. And Incineroar won every single major in the US, every single major in Europe except one where it finished second, every single major in Australia, nearly every single major in the rest of the world.
But if everyone is bringing Incinerator, but let's go back to this. Let's be fair here. So he says.
So yeah, my bad. But in 2022, in-person tournaments returned again with another restricted format, and Incineroar won.
Incinerator Charizard. So one. So Venusaur is here. Charizard is here. Zacian is 1, 2, 3 Zacian. Grimmerill is 1, 2, 3. So everyone had Incinerator. And that was literally Gordon's 3. Interesting. March, May, June. All right.
Every single major in the US, tournament. Every single major in Europe.
So I'm surprised Venusaur is so much. 1, 2 Venusaur. Zacian. Actually, only one team didn't have Zacian. Here. Grimmerill. 1, 2, 3, 4. But for the most part, people are using the same Pokemon. Some people might Zapdos, Thunderous. For some reason, this Fire Moltres, Porygon 2. Like, this person really used a unique team. Bulbasaur is my favorite Pokemon. Like, actually, Bulbasaur is also one of my favorite. Because when I grew up, I really loved Squirtle. But the more I look at Venusaur, the more I begin to appreciate its color scheme. And it replaced my... So what are my favorite Pokemon? My favorite Pokemon are Lucario, Gengar. Gengar's a bit iffy, but Lucario, Bulbasaur. Damn, it's been a while since I mentioned this stuff. Scizor, Greninja. I think that's the 4. Bulbasaur, Scizor, Greninja. And Lucario. The other ones are a bit lower, but those are my top 4.
Second, every single major in Australia, nearly every single major in the rest of the world. All 3 international level.
Correction, there were only 2 internationals in 2022 and 1 both.
Tournaments and the World Championship.
And
Incineroar was used on 74% of all teams at the World Championships in 2022.
Why you say Greninja? Are you kidding? Froakie, right? Froakie is the name. Because the reason why I asked why I said Greninja, because the other ones you mentioned in your first one.
While this is technically lower usage than the World Championships in 2019, it's, in my opinion, just as impressive as even more Pokemon were viable in 2022 that hadn't been in 2019. So having Incineroar continue to be so mandatory on almost every team, despite the wider field, is an impressive feat. Which brings us to Scarlet and Violet, and in 2023, Incineroar was not in the game for the first year of competition. But just recently, Incineroar was added back into the game with the Indigo Disc DLC, which meant an opportunity for Pokemon to correct their mistake.
They did not.
After 2 generations and 5 years of complete Incineroar domination, surely this time they're gonna nerf it.
Fave Legendary. Oh man, That's a rough one. I never really thought about legendary. Like, actually, yes, it's Raikou. It is Raikou. Raikou's a legendary, right? Too? Or is it like a mythical? It's so hard to describe because there's legendaries, there's mythicals. But it is Raikou. Frankly, I don't really care for Raikou. But of design type, I think Raikou's the only one. Because I really do like Kyogre as well. Because if I was to describe, I was to pick, my favorite here would be Zapdosa, Raikou, Latios. Why did they make it? They put the names opposite to the pictures. Kyogre. Because I think shiny Cresselia looks cool. A Thundurus. Who else is there? Solgaleo kind of reminds me of a Zoid, the like Zero. And that's about it. After this, that's kind of Stopper, Kieran. Yeah. Raikou. What is that? So, like, I hate that the background is like this, cause it's kind of hard to see what you're saying. What is it? Raikou is a legendary. Sorry, it's a mythical. So okay. Lugia, Zygarde, and Zacrium. Interesting. Zacrium, Lugia, and Zygarde. Which Zygarde? Which Zygarde is your favorite? Do you have a particular one? Where's this Mewtwo? Shadow Mewtwo. The Primo. Mordial. I'm guessing it's the big one. The one that looks like a big ass mech. Is it mythical? Complete form. There's a dog form, the complete form. Where are they? There's a dog, the dragon, and big ass mech. Yeah. I wonder what they're gonna do with it in ZA.
They buffed it again?
They
Are you
buffed it,
kidding me? Okay, so this buff is smaller, but it is still a big deal. Incineroar was given Helping Hand, a move that goes before all other moves and powers up its partner's attack by a whopping 50%. This is an amazing move, and it's extremely valuable on a support Pokemon like Incineroar. However, they did add more counterplay this time around that has actually succeeded in slowing, not stopping Incineroar. First, two new items were added, Covert Cloak and Clear Amulet. Covert Cloak stops the secondary effects of moves, making Fake Out not flinch, while Clear Amulet prevents a Pokemon's stats from being lowered by Intimidate or Parting Shot. These items are massive, as is the fact that Inner Focus Pokemon are stronger now than during Sword and Shield, in part due to their synergy with Chen Pao and the benefit they receive from terastallization. On top of the items, several new Pokemon were added with anti-intimidate received from
Does Chiampa have like an AoE thing that flinches everyone? It does? What's this move called? Sheer cold. It's not sheer cold, right? Ruination? Isn't it an effect? What is going on here? What is the... Sort of ruin? Maybe sort of ruin. Alright, the best way to figure this out is just yes, I can scratch sucker punches. Nothing here says Rule F. Icicles, Ice Spinner. Sort of Ruination. I don't see anything that ties back to flinching. Maybe he was saying that these Pokemons are good against this thing.
Cloak stops the secondary effects of moves, making Fake Out not flinch, while Clear Amulet prevents a Pokemon's stats from being lowered by Intimidate or Parting Shot. These items are massive, as is the fact that Inner Focus Pokemon are stronger now than during Sword and Shield, in part due to their synergy with Chen Pao and the benefit
Synergy with Chen Pao. I wish he explained this.
they receive from terrestrialization. On top of the items, several new Pokemon were added with anti-
Wish they explained that. Did it change? It blocks Intimidate. Oh, maybe this is what it is. Maybe he completed the false Intimidate. I don't get it.
Incineroar abilities. Dondozo has Oblivious, making it immune to Intimidate, and Kingambit and Annihilate are both Pokemon with Defiant, powering them up if any stat is dropped. Not to mention, Terra Ghost is a great defensive tool on fast and frail Pokemon to get around Fake Out in a pinch. And so it came to be that when Incineroar was finally added to the game, top competitive players were shocked to find it actually manageable. They started calling it Mid-Cineroar.
No, it's still
YouTubers were making videos saying it was washed and that it fell off. And to a certain extent, I get it. We were used to a level of dominance from Incineroar that was unmatched by any other Pokemon. And with the new counterplay available, it finally felt like, well, just a good Pokemon. At the first tournament after Incineroar was added to the game, its performance was disappointing. Only 2 finishes in the entire top 8. Was this it? Was Incineroar finally brought back to Earth? Had the king been toppled from his throne?
Save himself from this one. The Flare Blitz from the Incineroar is gonna deal so much damage to the Urshifu to put it on one last life. And with that attack, Wolf Glick becomes your Charlotte regional champion.
The king is back, ladies and gentlemen.
Nope. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet's first DLC, the Teal Mask.
This is 2 weeks ago. Pokemon official companies to the tournament.
Speed or outspeed in the Trick Room, this Flutterman and the Koraidon. The thing is now, though, the Flutterman has got a...
It can get some
So
HP
there
back.
it is. So 2 weeks ago, so he made a video we just watched a year ago to do post Incinerator, and then 2 weeks ago he enters the most recent Pokemon tournament, the VCG Masters Finals 2025, and there he is, Incinerator. On Wolf, nonetheless, Wolf's team. Now the question
But
is,
then you're
I
going to
think
be
it's
exposing your Koraidon. He doesn't want to do that either.
No, definitely not. And there is this almost pin situation.
How does it
There is
start
the
off?
threat of a potential target
So
into
both of them had Incinerators in the final. Oh shit. So the last video is like, hey, it's manageable now, and then here he is. Here he is in the finals for the most recent Pokemon.
The fire terrestrialization on that Koraidon, it has now taken 2
another wicked blow depending on what comes in for Wolf.
It's obviously unfortunate
Yeah,
for the Fluttermane, but even...
Greatest spot to be able to slow that Miraidon down.
Yeah, but it's Miraidon versus Among Us and Incinerator. I think Wolf took this one though. Pretty sure Wolf won this tournament. So what you see here is Wolf is a hypocrite. #1 comment. Wolf in his video, I hate Incinerator. Wolf in tournament, go Incinerator, the great friend. Oh, Incinerator. So basically, Wolf, your Incinerator calls me Sir Glick. Oh, you gotta win the tournament, man. And sometimes you have to join with your worst enemy. In this case, Incinerator. It's funny though, cause Wolf was adamant. Again, man, we just watched the video. Further gen went further. It goes confusing. But yeah, Pokemon, man, one of the greatest games ever created. And that's kind of something, like a lot of these gacha games are coming out and you're like, oh, let's make the next Genshin killer. Or like Woo or Tower Fantasy or Azure Promelia or Ananta. Well, Ananta is a little bit different. Or Enfield is also different. But the issue is what these games aren't really understanding is that you're not supposed to make the next Genshin Impact. Nor are you supposed to make the Genshin killer of sort. What you're supposed to do is find a genre, ideally something created by Nintendo, and then turn that into a gacha. Genshin did that to Zelda, because for a long time Genshin was called Breath of the Waifus, basically as a way to describe its similarities to Breath of the Wild, Zelda. And then you see Pal World was like, hey man, how do we create a very popular game very easily? They copied Pokemon. So, and that's kind of the way you do it. Same thing with Fortnite. Fortnite was like, hey man, how do we come? The Fortnite people were like, how do we come up with a good game? Easily, they copied PUBG. They're like, we could make PUBG, but better. So while Genshin is popular, it's still an ongoing franchise. You can't really come in and say, oh, I'm gonna make a better Genshin. It's just not possible. The best way to go about this is just to find a Nintendo game, because I keep messing these names out, but the next game they say MiHoYo is making is an Animal Crossing game. And it's the same thing. It's the same reason Pal World popped off. It's the same reason Genshin popped off. Genshin copied Zelda. Pal World copied Pokemon. And now Hoyu is going to take the opportunity to copy Animal Crossing. This is genius. Animal Crossing in Asia is fucking huge. The next game you should try to copy is Monster Hunter. Like, if you could read anime Monster Hunter, this shit would sell like gangbusters in Japan. Because for some reason, Capcom is not going to capitalize on this. They have the Pokemon Go type thing for Monster Hunter, but they have to take it the next step, turn it into an anime, and then tie waifus to this. Somehow connect waifus to this shit, and then you have a fucking brand new massive franchise in Japan. Maybe in China too. Fortnite ruined every franchise, to be honest. Stardew Valley too. I never played Stardew Valley, but I know it's very popular. I have heard of it, but I never played it before. Frankly, I don't even know what the gameplay is. That's how little knowledge I have of Stardew Valley. How long ago was this? This is 2 million.
Stardew
2 years
Valley
ago?
is a very free-form game. You're given all of the tools.
Hey, this is just Animal Crossing.
When you have a small house.
This is Animal Crossing. No wonder. But it's the same concept. So yeah, Stardew Valley is Animal Crossing. And it's popular as fuck. Huh? So these people copied it, Animal Crossing, and popped off. And that's kind of what it is. This is how you make it. This is how you really try to make it when it comes to gachas. You don't try to compete with Genshin. You say, hey man, let's just find some other games I can replicate. Because right now it is oversaturated. And it's going to get even more oversaturated with Azure Familia. Azure Familia is going to be really put a squeeze on people's time, and you're going to have to choose. If people haven't chosen already, they're going to have to choose which of these gacha games they spend their time in. And as a Familia, why it aesthetically is not for me, I don't really care for these type of characters, is definitely a game that's going to attract the weeb audience. Like the Japanese guys are dropping WoW. They might drop ZZZ too. Like this game is gonna pop off. There's no doubt in my mind this game is gonna pop off. I wish it was a bit more zoomed out though. This shit's gonna pop off. Well, it is giving me the Genshin vibes. Like early Genshin. The flying thing is gonna be concerning though. You don't really want flying in your game. Like I know WoW has it. It fucks with exploration. Like if you're gonna give flying, the way you get flying in a game, you give it towards the end of, like almost every single game gives it towards the end of the game. And you're restricted to only use it in one region. Genshin has flying, but it's very restrictive. You have a very limited bar to be able to actually move around with it. You don't want flying in your game. It really fucks with immersion. Flying is supposed to be something you get towards the end. Like flying up random treasure chests, but if you're flying everywhere, you're just flying over chests, especially whales, you're just gonna fly over everything. They don't need a treasure chest. But yeah, what this game seems to lack though is personality. He doesn't have heart. He doesn't have any, like the characters don't seem like there's anything going on with them. It's very Genshin Impact-y, but it lacks though. They didn't even show off any personality for the characters or story of that matter. More for Woowa. It looks better than Woowa. That's the one. So I don't want to disregard all the uniqueness, the animations that they have. But yeah, this whole break thing right here is very much something similar to what Who has. But a lot of games have that kind of break system. And then this here is very much similar to Palworld. Way of collecting the Pokemons and then having them work on your field and mine areas. So then garden and all that. Inventory. So this is also something that's going to... But this also scratches the Animal Crossing itch of mining, creating your own little village. But this is more Palworld type stuff. So basically you have Zelda combined with Palworld. Which is yeah, this is gonna pop off. There's no fucking way this does not pop off. This is gonna pop the fuck off.
Hey guys, it's Danny. I'm Morgan. I'm Sam, and we're the React Pack back with more bunny.
I'm waiting for like these girls to react to a show. Solo leveling. Solo leveling. I don't know if you watched that show, but it came out with solo leveling. Is it solo leveling? No. It's Invincible. Invincible came out with a new episode recently. And I like to watch these ladies react because they are the React Pack. So it's just like, so every now and then I check in to see if they uploaded the newest Invincible episode. Unfortunately, they're in Japan. The Tsuritsa. Yeah, this person doesn't understand. The Tsuritsa won't be this height. Like, this is an adult height. She's going to be the height of Farina. Who has more mechanism? Does it? What does who have? Because that fight had the summons. Your dragon was fighting alongside you. That replicates echoes. The animation is more clearer and cleaner. Like, I don't see anything that this game has. Because you're doing combos. You have quick swap. Your dragon is literally spitting water down on this boss. So that's an echo. And you can summon it to do a quick attack, which is also more similar to what the echo is. And then there's two of you. You have a dodging that slows down time. You have your pet. It seems that you can switch out your pet because where's the dragon? Or did that the dragon? No, it switches to something else. There's a dragon up here now. It seems like it assists you with certain attacks. No, she has her own pet, that fire thing. Now you're fighting a dragon this time. Again, you dodge, just slows down time a little bit. Not as long as Wu. I feel like Wu's thing lasts forever. But yeah, you can slide. You have the quick swap, where your character still acts when you switches off. Again, you have the dash. You summon this, summon lasers. You have the breaker, just like Wu. Yeah, so I don't really see anything that you can't do in War that is unique to War. I just think this has better animation and frankly, the attacks just look cleaner. Like I could actually tell what's going on. Like the color scheme is just more to my liking. Doesn't look like there's jumping though. This should be. There's no. I don't see any jumping going on here. Ready to fight the dragon? Yeah, there's no jumping. Like, they have attacks that could get you into the air, but you can't just go into the air by yourself. So I guess that's one thing Wuwa does have. Not that it fucking matters, but Wuwa has jumping. This game doesn't. Just has attacks that could get you into the air, but nothing that could also have you hopping around. Actually, is there any form of jump? Because even Genshin has jumping. He doesn't have like aerial combat, but he at least has jumping. It's just weird that not one single time did the character jump. There's sprint, there's abilities, and there's your pet. You don't see anything for jumping. And this should be a phone mobile menu, meaning that you probably tap in the screen. No, it's keyboard. Yeah. Here, milk sent to Ukraine, USA. Oh my god. Amazing. Oh, fucking amazing. Oh, it's this thing. Ooh. Alright, there's some injuries there. There's some probably devastating injuries. Oh god. That looks bad. Uh Anyway, that's enough from me today. Almost have enough. Almost at 200. Let me do the math real quick, see how much pulls I have. Month in advance. Where were we? I have 194 plus 31 pity plus this, which is 138, and I have 363 into pity, meaning that I am I don't know. It's a lot of pulse. I know when I pull Malvika. Did I upload my Malvika pulse? So where is this? Oh, that's not what I'm supposed to be looking for. Malvika pulse. I was at 435 when I summoned from Malvika. Interesting. Anyway, that's enough from me for today. Thank you guys for watching. LOL Soapy, thank you for stopping by. Appreciate the follow. Hopefully you're off doing something productive for today. Not just sitting around up watching a lame-o play video games. Like myself. But nonetheless, I digress. Hopefully Luca is enjoying his conscious. And bye-bye.